Closed session before our open session for closed session is now in order. Can you do a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Bana? Here. Councilmember Jimenez? Presente. Vice Mayor McLaughlin? Here. Councilmember Robinson absent. Councilmember Willis absent. Councilmember Cepeda? Here. And Mayor Martinez.
Here. Would you read off the items, please?
The following items to be discussed during tonight's closed session are conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time unit and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA, City Designated Representatives, Dave Alshire, City Attorney, and Unrepresented Employee, City Manager. Item C2 is a Public Employee Performance Evaluation, City Manager. C3, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, Property 425 24th Street, Home Key Program at Motel 6. Agency Negotiators, Nanette Beecham, Lena Velasco, Jesus Morales, Negotiating Parties, Novin Development Corporation, Journey Hospitality. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Property, Metro Walk Phase 2 at Richmond Transit Village. Agency Negotiators, Lena Velasco, Nanette Beecham. Negotiating Parties, Pacific West Communities, Inc., San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment, 12th Amendment Disposition and Development Agreement. Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, 1 case. Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, 2 cases. And we do have a public comment.
Okay, can you call them?
Yes, Eric Smith.
Greetings, Honorable Mayor and distinguished council members. My name is Eric Smith. I'm the president of the Richmond Police Managers Association. I'm addressing you today on behalf of our membership, the only bargaining unit in the city which does not have a current labor contract. We've been negotiating with the city for almost an entire calendar year, and our previous contract has been expired in excess of 9 months. To illustrate the problem created by failing to agree to a fair and equitable contract, a recent sergeant of police, a member of the Police Officers Association, was placed into a temporary administrative role to fill a need within our department. Customary with service in an acting role, employees receive a 5% pay differential to work out of their class. This was not able to happen because the current pay for a top step sergeant and a top step lieutenant is less than 5%. If we fail to negotiate a contract prior to January of 2024, all sergeants of police will earn more than all top step lieutenants within our organization. Our association is represented by some of the longest tenured employees of the police department and collectively represent over 165 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Richmond and of the community. Recruiting and retaining valuable employees is a responsibility vital to the success of our city and its various departments. On behalf of our membership, we urge the City Council to prioritize our expired contract during executive session tonight. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we do have also a public speaker on Zoom. Jaswara, can you please call the speaker?
Yes, I have Mike Velasquez. Mike, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Velasquez, Richmond Firefighters Local 188 Union President. I chose to speak to you before you guys go into closed session because I want to remind you that we are still in a serious situation with our fire chief. Our position has not changed. If anything, our position has strengthened, and we are going to continue to pursue our campaign to have the fire chief removed. Things have worsened since the last time we spoke. We now have lost a key person within our fire administration, and I am certain there will be more to come. This person left the fire department with no backup plan for her or her family because the conditions were so horrendous she could not bear to work under the fire chief Montoya's command again. But this was not the first time. In October of 22, a past employee previously filling the same position filed suit with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and was granted permission from the state to sue the city due to the findings of her case, which stemmed from Chief Montoya. She did not follow through because the issue was not with the city, it was with Chief Montoya. There is also an exit interview from her that the city can pull that states these instances. It is without question that Chief Montoya is a liability to the city. Unfortunately, it does not stop there. A past employee who also stated that she was directed to make appointments with council members and then cancel them multiple times, either to stall or to show attempt to follow through. These scheduled meetings have been to meet at the fire training tower or other locations within the city. He has also done this to other fire chiefs in surrounding districts. This is the way he works, and he will continue to use these tactics and disrupt the operations for not only the fire department, but the city as well. Your fire department is still in a staffing crisis. We will be for the next 9 months or so. We are trying to come up with creative solutions to reduce the burden on our firefighters. This is also something the fire chief does not want a part of. We have tried many times, and this is one reason we have produced a letter of no confidence for our fire chief. Someone must do something to protect us if we can't do it ourselves. Local 188 will stand strong to
Time
provide
has
as much
expired. Thank
protective.
you. If there are no more speakers.
If there are no more speakers, then we will retire to closed session. This is the end of the open session.
Just let me know, the person who was gonna pull the item on the tiny bill.
Hi, this is Richard from KCRT Television. We're the webmasters for the Zoom. David Rosen, Nora Lake Brown, and Susan Block, you're in the wrong meeting. This is the public session. You want to go to the closed session of the meeting.
Does anyone know where the link to that closed session is?
You look for the closed session.
All right, I'll
link.
give it a try.
You can leave
Thank
this
you.
meeting and go to the closed session.
Yeah, I don't know that I have the appropriate link for that. Well,
Susan and Nora, there's an email from Sue Hartman in your email. Take a look at that to get the link to the closed session.
okay, thank you.
I think it came at 1:39, Sue. Oh, that was late.
Recording in progress.
The regular meeting of the City Housing Authority is now in order. Shall we start with the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Commissioner Bana,
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Chair McLaughlin,
Here.
Commissioner Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Willis absent, Commissioner Cepeda,
Here.
Chair Martinez,
Here.
and Tenant Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Next item.
Statement of conflict of interest, are there any?
Hearing none. Next.
Report from the Executive Director. Can you press the button again? It won't let me activate.
Testing. Okay. Hello, good evening, buenas noches. My name is Gavin Arredondo, Interim Richmond Housing Authority Executive Director. KCRT, could you please put the first slide for the Richmond Housing Authority update today? Board of Commissioners, today I just wanted to provide a brief update on the construction, rehabilitation, and Nevin Plaza update. We began since our last meeting the first phase of 36 tenants who have been relocated, and the unit demolition has started. 18 vacant units have been completed related to material abatement and clearance, and all the installations of new plumbing, framing, HVAC, electrical, flooring, door installations, et cetera, are planned to be completed for the first phase in November 13th. Overall, currently, there's been a delay of 4 weeks for the project due to sewer lateral replacement that needs to occur, so that got added to the scope of the project. And then the second phase of residents to move out will be in November. So currently, the project is 4 weeks behind, but things are moving forward. And that's it for the RHA Executive Director report for today.
Housing Authority, agenda review. Do we have any changes? Hearing none, we'll move on to Housing Authority open forum. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, we do have 2 speakers. The speakers are Sharon Sanders and Mark Wasberg. And if you'd please press the button with the red dot.
Sharon Sanders, NAACP. I'm here tonight to let you guys know what's really going on with the Housing Authority. I had spoke with Julianne Martinez and Rodriguez, Lillian Rodriguez over there in Martinez. Okay, there's a lot of people that's homeless out here. And like they saying, they putting these people in homes and stuff, places to stay. They are not doing that. I be out here every day like I've always been doing. And so, and I talked with HUD, his name is Trevor, over in San Francisco. He the one told me about the meeting tonight. And so, and I just wanted you guys to know what's going on. And I don't even see too many people that's up on the diocese down in the community, but I be there all the time. I don't see nobody. And so, and I just want the best for these people out here in the community, because the community is supposed to be first. that gets what they're supposed to get in their community. They got other communities coming in here getting houses. And the ones that live in the community cannot get NAM or nothing, and that's bad. And they have kids sleeping out there in cars and in the cold, don't have nowhere to go. And you guys should do something and put those peoples up because like they have to have somewhere to go. And it's bad for them to be out there in the streets like that with their kids and don't have nowhere to go. But I see you guys talking about tearing something down and then removing people, putting them in another place. That's not gonna come true. And they already know. You guys know that's not gonna come true. They're gonna give those places to who they want. I see people's taking from other people's that's already in their places, taking their vouchers and everything. And so, and that's bad for them to do handicap people like that. So I'm still out there. I'm gonna always be out there in the community, no matter what, doing what I'm gonna do. And so I'm gonna call Trevor back and tell him about this meeting tonight because it's still the same thing. And so it ain't nothing gonna be different and it's nothing gonna be changed. Everything is still gonna be the same. And that's sad for the community out here and for the young people. Ain't gonna have nowhere to go. Okay, and thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
The hacienda should be a secure place where the old people could enjoy the last years of their lives. But Sunday, some guy on a bicycle went up to the front and stole 2 tires off my bike. The security guards watched the whole thing. They went outside and they confronted him. They got in a little bit of argument, and the guy took off with my two of my tires. And they didn't call 911. They didn't do anything. They didn't even notify me till I walked outside. They said, "Oh, is that your bike?" I said, "Lady," "you've been here all this time and you tell me that's not my bike?" I said, "I'm just waiting to see that guy. I've been looking for him every day." I mean, this is sickening. I mean, the police are out there almost every other day at the hacienda. This one guy got kicked out because he tried to stab a paramedic. Just the other day, you had another police officer there. Then I had to call the police officer for a report. That security firm is going to have to go. She even lied to me. She goes, "Well, we didn't know that was your bike." I said, "Yeah, right." Half of them can't even speak English. They just look at you and smile. So you people need to do something. I mean, the hacienda is a nice place. You look outside, it's real nice and everything. But I got this psycho lady right next door to me that keeps banging on the walls 24/7. I complained about 2-3 times, and she's still doing it. So like I say, something needs to be done there. I mean, this is a place where people should enjoy the last years of their life, because the next stop is the other home where you're going to have to change your diapers. I mean, something's going to have to be done there.
Thank you. That was our last speaker.
Thank you. Next item?
The next item is the Housing Authority consent calendar. Is there a motion?
I second.
Yeah, I think it'd be good if we read the items on the
Okay.
consent calendar.
Okay, item M1 is an emergency contract with Nichols Consulting Engineers for Part 58 Environmental Review. Item M2 is Housing Authority meeting minutes. And item M3 is a contract amendment with Doherty's Truck and Auto Rental.
Okay, thank you. So there was a motion made by Commissioner Scott and a second by Commissioner McLaughlin. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Bana,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Chair McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis absent, Councilmember Cepeda,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Tenant Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Thank you so much. That concludes the items for the Richmond Housing Authority.
Thank you.
This section is adjourned, and now we will move on to the next section. And thank you, Commissioner Scott. It was good to see you. Okay, so we are now ready for the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Bana,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
and Councilmember Willis did inform us he will be absent the entire meeting. Councilmember Cepeda
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here. Next item.
Statement of conflict of interest, are there any?
Seeing none, we can move on to the next item.
The next item is agenda review.
Does anyone want to make any changes?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I would like to have the Y5, which is the last item on the agenda, wildfire prevention MOU, held over till October 19th, and have it moved up in the agenda because to have a presentation from an outside presenter and have them wait till 11:30, and then maybe not have us reach that, have the meeting end before that, didn't make sense to me, so I asked them to come instead on October 19th. So, Mr. Mayor, I hope you'll move it in an earlier time in the agenda for the next meeting. But
Okay.
it's off for today.
Okay, so then Y5, Wildfire Prevention Memorandum of Understanding will be moved to October the 19th, and I will make sure that it is one of the first items when we are back to new business.
Thank you.
Yes, and if I may, the CBC presentation also, we realize it'd be late at night, and I would like to postpone it to a future date to be on top of the agenda because she's coming from San Francisco.
Which item?
Y4.
Y4?
Y4, yes.
Okay, and so you want that also to be held until,
I will talk to the city clerk to make sure it's on top of the agenda because she commutes from San Francisco.
yes, I know, but to the next meeting?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
okay, so it'll be moved to the next meeting. Any other movements? If not, then our agenda is approved as with the exclusion of Y4 and Y5. So it's now time for report from the city attorney for final decisions made during closed session, item S.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first item listed, C1, which is conference with labor negotiators, that did not occur, so that'll be in the next meeting. The negotiations with an unrepresented employee, there was no reportable action taken. The item on evaluation of the city manager, that was completed. With respect to the real property negotiations that are listed, there are two. One was the real property, the home key program, the Motel 6 location. So that was discussed and direction was given to the negotiators for further negotiations. With regards to the second item, the Metro Walk at Richmond Transit Village, that item was not discussed and will be continued to the next meeting. Then we had items C4, which was exposure to litigation. That item was not discussed. And item C5, which was anticipated litigation in 2 cases, and that item also was not discussed.
Thank you. Next item.
The next item is an abatement report from the Public Works Director. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped down too far. Report from the city manager, sorry about that.
This is supposed to get easier, but I don't know yet. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. Good evening, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. KCRT, if you can kindly put up the slide deck, but I will start. There are 4 upcoming events that I would like to, next slide please, that I'd like to notify the community about. One is the Richmond High School Modernization Community Meeting, Movies in the Plaza. The next one will be this Friday. Community Safety Academy with the Richmond Police Department, and Pajama Story Time. Next slide. So on Wednesday, September 13th, tomorrow, from 6 to 7 p.m., there is going to be a community meeting held to help revision Richmond High School. If you're interested in participating, again, the meeting is from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at Richmond High School to help determine what the vision is for Richmond High School and help develop architectural strategies through an interactive design process. Next slide. This Friday at 8 p.m. or sunset, The Little Mermaid will play here in Civic Center Plaza. For those of you who haven't been out, movie night in the plaza is a fun experience. And Public Works has assured me that the grass will not be wet. So please bring your blankets and arrive to enjoy some recreation in our local community. It's always a lot of fun to have movies in the plaza. Next slide. And our police chief, Chief French, has reminded me that we have an upcoming Community Safety Academy for those individuals who are 16 years or older and live in Richmond. The address for the police department is 1701 Regatta Boulevard. It will take place on Thursdays and every other Saturday, starting on September 28th through November 18th, Thursdays from 6 to 9 p.m. and every other Saturday from 9 to 1. If you're interested in participating, please contact Sergeant Bailey at 510-621-1267. Next slide, please. And Pajama Story Time. This is a great, fun experience. I am definitely going to try to stop by the West Side branch at 135 Washington, and you can wear your pajamas, and you can also obtain a craft kit to take home. If you would like additional information, please contact the West Side Branch Library at 510-620-6567. And this is a glimpse of what's to come this week in the city of Richmond. And if you would like any additional information pertaining to activities happening in Richmond, please contact the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. Again, 510-620-6512. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
The next item is the new employee report.
This evening, in the interest of time, we'll reschedule that presentation for next week. I am excited to report, though, that we have our Deputy Director of Public Works, Tofik, here, and he can commence with the next item on behalf of the Public Works Department.
Actually, the next item is reports of officers.
It's not the report from Public Works?
The abatement report is after.
Oh, okay, thank you. I apologize, Ursula.
So now we're moving to reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports.
Okay, so are there any reports from officers? If not, then we'll do City Council. We'll start on this side. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. Before I start my report, I would like to ask for a few moments of silence in memory of all the victims of recent natural disasters, those in the wildfire of Maui, of the earthquake in Morocco, and the flood in Libya. Thank you, everyone. I would like to report that I attended the Asian Pacific Islander Leadership Conference in Sacramento that was organized by California Representative Evan Lowe. It was an awesome networking experience, learning from our congressmen, senators, and also in California State Senate and assembly persons and all elected officials. It was a very good experience. That's all I can say. I cannot say much. I met very interesting people, and they shared their experiences. As you know, during Trump's presidency, hate incidents increased significantly against Asian people. And now we're getting together to work together to minimize it, sharing experience, building resilience. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two quick things. One of them, as I've always done, to try to support our small businesses, especially our restaurants. Our city council dinner tonight was made by Babalu Cafe in the Marina Bay. First time I've ever heard of them, and it was very yummy food. Please support our local small businesses. Stop by Marina Bay. The other is Mexican Independence Day is coming up, and we're going to be raising for the first time the Mexican flag. So if you want to come and join us this Thursday at 10 a.m., there will be several of us out here at the plaza. So thank you.
Councilmember Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Thank you. I just want to announce that September 30th is going to be a wonderful day. It's a Saturday. The tiny youth village that some people are here and will be speaking about it during open forum because the lease amendment, which is the first step, is on the consent calendar. But the September 30th event will be a ground honoring. There'll be faith leaders from all different faiths giving a few words. Everybody is invited. The whole day is going to be, some will be volunteer, but during 1 o'clock to 1:45, there'll be a program. Like I said, there'll be faith leaders and other leaders speaking, and there'll be youth, of course, speaking too. Also on September 30th, we're going to do the bench memorial. There's a bench that the council approved that we have in honor of Carol Telchek, who was a longtime Richmond Planning Commissioner and environmentalist. So from 2 to 4, there will be that memorial, a little event to celebrate Carol for all the work she did in the city of Richmond. And finally, I want to say, and I'll keep mentioning this, I've mentioned it before, we're working to bring a farmer's market to Marina Bay Park. And I want to thank LaShonda White for her work. I want to thank Councilmember Robinson for her work at helping us pull this all together with farmers that Councilmember Robinson has connections with. And we're already in touch with Tom, who's the president of the Richmond Certified Farmers Market in Civic Center at Barrett Avenue. We will be having this as a second Richmond Certified Farmers Market. So I'll keep sharing how this is moving along, but I wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Councilmember
Jimenez.
Jimenez.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and it's glad to see all of you here and people in the Zoom as well. I wanted to say that I and Mayor Martinez hosted the California Energy Commission that came to visit and do a tour to the port and look into opportunities for the offshore wind. So this is moving, and this is part of what we are calling just transition for the port. Hopefully, we are sharing more news soon. I also attended the North and East neighborhood picnic that was in Burke Park. Thank you, all the organizers. Thank you to the North and East Neighborhood Council. And also, I want to have a special thanks to Rich City Rise, who show in full there, and many other organizations. And I want to just give a special thank yous to Danny, Kathleen, and Daniela, who put together the bike rodeo. So all the kids from the neighborhood were able to do a ciclovia around the different streets and in the park. So thank you for that. Two things that are coming up. There is a special invitation to the annual Dean Key Neighborhood Watch Backlog, which is Saturday, September 23rd from 11 to 3 p.m. The location is Dean and Barrett. I hope that people in District 6 and other districts can join us there. Then I am organizing a community meeting, traffic calming forum with Public Works to get information about the city's new traffic calming process and what is happening, and also to listen to the community so we all can be part of for the solution for future projects. That is, again, September 30th. We are going to be busy with a lot of things. It's September 30th, Solano Play Lot, 38th Street and Solano, from 10 a.m. to noon. So I hope that community members in District 6, invited also Councilmember Willis and also Councilmember Doria Robinson is going to join us, because some of the streets are just kind of like in the limit District 3 and District 1. So thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Hello, yes. So I just wanted to start off by saying thank you so much to everyone who came out to Thrive Thursdays. We had a great series in MLK Park every Thursday this summer. We had the last one last Thursday. We had a number of different community partners from the Latina Center, the Lifelong Medical Center, Rich City Rides, White Pony Express, Urban Health, all these different groups who offer services to the community, come out and make sure everyone knows what's available for free for health and wellness in our community. And then we had free Zumba and free roller skating on the last day and a lot of other activities. So it was a really great thing. I just really wanted to say thank you to everyone, all the different organizations that came out and volunteered their time, as well as to Supervisor Joya, who really organized the whole event. And I think it was a really great thing to show how the power of parks, especially parks that we take care of. On that note, I wanted to invite everyone out to Arbor Day. It's coming up. Please put it on your calendars. So the City of Richmond's Urban Forestry Advisory Committee, of which I am a liaison to, is going to be celebrating Arbor Day in partnership with Groundwork Richmond. You're invited out to a day of service and celebration as they add beauty and climate resilience to the community by planting trees in Lucas Park. So mark your calendars, October 21st. Help plant some trees, help create some healthy air in our community. I think there's also going to be another project for folks that can't plant trees. So that's out there. And then finally, there's been a lot of great things happening in the Parks and Recreation Commission meetings. And I just wanted to report out on some of those things. One of them is we got an excellent report on the possibility of possible locations of soccer fields across Richmond parks. So this report actually shows where different fields could be placed if there was the will, if the communities wanted such an amenity. We also heard from the folks who really love pickleball and really want to understand where they can have more places to play and things like that. So a lot of interest in our parks. And finally, really working on making sure that the assets that we have, like scoreboards, are actually functional and that we can use them and not just have them as kind of broken things on site. So lots of really interesting things happening in the Parks and Recreation Commission. I really invite people out if you're interested in your parks and you want to advocate for your parks and what you would like to see in parks to really join those meetings. This is the first Wednesday of every month at 6 p.m. You can see the current location is in the Bermuda room, but I think it may shift back to this room. Finally, one thing that came up in our last meeting that I felt like is really important is that, there's a lot of different things that people want to do in parks. And there's not a lot of space for all the things people want to do. So currently, we really do need more field space, not just for soccer, but even for football practice for the Steelers and for all the different folks. So it really does matter that everyone really talks about what you would like to do in a park, because the parks are our main resource for us to keep our bodies healthy, to have a safe and positive things for our kids to do. So I want to invite everyone to come out and participate in the Parks and Recreation Commission and make sure you get your voice heard on what you want to do in your parks. Thank you.
Thank you. As you know, there's so many things that happened over the 6 weeks that we've had for recess. And I only want to mention a couple of things that's happened recently. This last Saturday, the West Contra Costa Community Schools System Change Collaboration met in Supervisor Joya's office. We had a fantastic conversation over how to move forward in terms of making our schools, community schools, schools that meet all the needs of the families and the communities. And I also want to thank the Point Richmond Music Festival people for putting together a fantastic set of events where music was celebrated and it brought the community together. And finally, I want to thank Councilmember Bana and Councilmember Cepeda for coming with me to the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference, which happens once a month. So thanks a lot for representing the city. We can move on to the next item.
The next item is the abatement report from the Public Works Director.
Hello. Okay. Oh, good evening, Mayor Martinez and esteemed members of the City Council. My name is Tawfiq Halabi, and I'm the city's new Deputy Director of Public Works for Operations and Maintenance. And IT, is the presentation on the screen? Okay. Director Chavarria couldn't make it tonight, so I'm filling in for him. And I'm going to give you 2 months worth of slides for the abatement program here, since the City Council was on recess last month. So in July, we hosted 3 dumpster days, and that's where we go on the Saturdays to various city neighborhoods to collect a large volume of items. And you can see here the numbers: 142 seniors and disabled persons were assisted, and 50 tons of items were removed. In August, we had 4 dumpster days in the various neighborhoods listed here: Parchester Village, Fairmead Hilltop, Coronado, and Hilltop District. And again, about 112 seniors and 72 tons of items were removed. In July, city staff abated 813 locations with illegal dumping. Here you have a photograph of what those individual locations can look like. And another one demonstrating sometimes we have to bring the front loader to remove large items. Of interest are the paint and oil that have to be disposed of as hazardous waste. For mattresses, we actually get some sort of a deposit returned to the city for mattresses, and tires are recycled and into various products, like rubberized chip products. In August, we hit 1,288 locations for illegal dumping. Here's an illustration of one of the locations. And again, the front loader to assist with large items. And in August, another accounting of the gallons of paint, the mattresses, and the tires. One of the more sensitive issues are the encampments. So we work very closely with CORE, and we follow the strict guidelines of posting 72 hours in advance when an encampment has to be abated. And these are encampments within the public right-of-way. We had 8 encampments in August. Occasionally, the abatement crew is called out to do some work on private property. The city has a process through the Richmond Municipal Code where code enforcement has to provide a series of notices to the private property owners, and if those locations are not abated, then we get a warrant for the city to go in and do some work on these private properties. This shows one of the locations. And occasionally we will do boarding up of a property, a nuisance property, again through the warrant process after multiple notifications. We've tabulated all of the tonnage of debris that we've collected and the number of encampments, from the encampments and from the neighborhood cleanups as well, January through August. Occasionally, the abatement crew also does weed abatement within the public right-of-way. And here are some examples of the work that was completed in July. And August. And graffiti. Normally, we do graffiti on public property, but occasionally we work with private property owners if we can access the graffiti from the city sidewalk. And if the property owner agrees that we can abate the graffiti. August. Here are some statistics for the tonnage, the staff hours spent on all of these tasks. So 2,400 in July, and you'll note in August it's a higher number of 3,100. We have at least two additional staff members that joined as maintenance aid. So we have more work going on in August. And tonnage is also tabulated here. And the cost in terms of labor and equipment. We've mapped out the hotspots throughout the city. So these are the spots that we monitor on a regular basis, 2 to 3 times a week at least for the hotspots. And that concludes the presentation. I would be able to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I do have one question, and I'm not sure that now's the appropriate time to ask, but being someone who does a lot of abatement, I'm surprised that you have time to do many other activities. Was that your program on KPFA in the morning, World of Music?
Yes. I do host a music program on the radio.
Thank you. It was a fantastic program, and keep doing it.
Thank you, sir.
Tafiq, welcome back.
Thank you.
Question in regards to the hotspots. In the previous council agenda, we approved the purchase of additional cameras to be installed in hotspots. Have any of them been installed yet? Have they decreased? Because I'm looking at the numbers and they seem to not have changed too much.
They have not been installed yet. We are working with the police department on identifying a pilot program and then securing funding to implement the pilot program. And we'll return to City Council once we have a plan.
Perfect. And then for the senior and those disabled, are you able to share more information on that, about that program that they can call in? I don't know if you have any info on that.
Yes, sure. Well, so these are for the Saturday dump days. What we do is we notify ahead of time all the residents in the individual neighborhoods, and anybody who is not physically able to bring their items to the dumpster, we would go to their house to pick up the items one day before the event as a service to the community. The elderly, the infirm, disabled.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah, just one more question for you before you walk off. Thank you. So I'm curious. I see the numbers and they seem like they're kind of the same. They're in the same realm, and I do wonder if there has if you divide the numbers up between the amount of trash that's being collected through the organized dumpster days and separate that from the amount of trash that's being picked up from illegal dumping on the streets and whatnot. And I wonder if there's any trends to be learned from that. Are the dumpster days making an impact in the amount of illegal dumping on the streets is my question. And I wonder if we have data to start to understand that.
Well, I can't answer the question tonight, but we can look at our data. We do have data that distinct data for dumpster days versus non-dumpster days, and we can look at the trends and we can report back next month.
Yeah, that would be helpful, just to be able to see them separate, because I just wonder,
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Next item.
The next item is open forum for public comment. And open forum is to receive public comment on items that remain on the consent calendar or items not on the agenda. Limited to 2 minutes. Back and forth dialogue with the council is prohibited. Public comment is also allowed under open forum for the report from the city manager, reports of officers, and the abatement report from the Public Works Director. As a reminder, please keep your comments respectful. Tonight we have 19 in-person speakers, and if you are joining via Zoom and would like to speak under open forum, please raise your hand now. Our first group of speakers are Jamin Purcell, Mark Wasberg, Christine Trujillo, Wesley Alexander, Patricia Perez, and Deborah Marks. Jamin Purcell, and if you could please press the button with the red dot. Yes.
Thank you. That's very loud. Well, one, I would like to say thank you to Councilmember Zepeda for his banned book series. I thought that was actually very informative, and as well, it is very relevant. We're seeing a lot of issues popping up in our school system with regarding to banning of books and not discussing particular topics and not addressing the actual history that we have. And so I really appreciated you creating that space where we could discuss that. I also want to thank Doria Robinson for the amazing work at Thrive Thursday. Not only were they consistent and reliable events for people to get together for, but they had really valuable services being provided. And so, as well, I also want to thank Vice Mayor Gail McLaughlin and Eduardo Martinez for coming out to the event that we had in Crescent Park to address some of the toxic shoreline issues that we have and being able to draw some attention to the community that oftentimes does not get the attention it deserves. Now, that said, I do want to actually address something about the dumpster days. There is a problem with regard to the amount of advertising that is done for them as well, because a lot of that is done through the neighborhood councils, and unfortunately, they are very shorthanded, and they are oftentimes older folks that don't have the ability to be, be everywhere. And I really hope that the Public Works would be able to help work with the neighborhood councils a little bit more closely so that we could actually have them fully staffed and have them supported. And as well, I also want to say that we did allocate a lot of money for the Elsa Bronte stroll for those bathrooms. So I hope everybody's going to be attending on the 17th. It's going to be a great event. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
Channel 4 did a story on the low homicide rate here in Richmond. They said that it was the license plate readers and the activists that caused the low homicide rate. It was a bunch of pack of lies. You had since 2004, you had 369 homicides. All of them been in the black neighborhoods. Iron Triangle, North Richmond, the South Side, and Hilltop. You had 5 Latinos murdered in 20 years. 2 was on Triangle Court, 1 was up in Nevins, and the other one was up in the Iron Triangle. You had 1 white person murdered, I think it was in 2003. Even the ONS agreed with me about the violence in the black neighborhoods. As the black neighborhoods decreases, so does the violence. We all knew what happened during that time. You had all the activists, all the reverends and ministers were out there protesting at Nevins Park, all through the black community. So I just want to let the people know that what's really happening in our city, because there's a lot of people refuse to even admit that the high homicide rate is in the black neighborhoods. So in other words, you got blacks killing blacks. I said the gangsters are killing each other out. This is why the homicide's low. You only had 6 homicides this year. You had 5 black people being murdered by black people. Then you had 1 Latino that was murdered in Triangle Court here first of the year. It's nothing to be racist or anything about it. It's just the truth. This is what's happening. I filmed for 6 years. I was there. All my footage is from the black neighborhoods, Iron Triangle and the South Side. It's a proven fact. I'll even show it to you at Showtime. I'd be glad to show you the video.
The next speaker is Christine Trujillo.
Thank you. Is it on? Hi. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, honorable city council members. My name is Cristina Trujillo. I am a small business owner, and I have a background in community economic development with a proven track record in asset building. The reason I am mentioning my credentials is because I am here to urge you to activate the ARPA funds, to fund your city for staff, and to ensure that the ARPA funds are deployed and activated in the community for business owners. As someone with more than 6 years experience in asset building, when small business owners are able to access funds to be able to pour back into their business, it can uplift them from poverty. It has a positive ripple effect, just like money, grant money can also, withheld grant money can also further put them in a position of poverty. I urge you, and I understand the bureaucracy, I understand how grant funding works, I understand the administration around it, but it is time to proceed with the ARPA funds because that money needs to be funneled into your community. Now, I am not a Richmond resident, I live in Emeryville, but as a small business owner, I serve other businesses here in Richmond that can really benefit from those funds. So please, City Council members, help our communities, your constituents by activating those funds. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Wesley Alexander.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I just want to speak as the CEO of CoBiz Richmond. I have the opportunity to interact with people of various backgrounds, business owners, working professionals, individuals that work in the heart of the community. And one thing that's a reoccurring theme is that the fact that the city is not staffed adequately, the quality of services in their communities, to their businesses, to people who are looking to get things done is very challenged. And I also know from talking with those who work for the city that they are doing their best to represent the needs of the people they serve. However, morale is somewhat challenged because they're being asked to do so much. And so considering that the city received ARPA funding to assist with economic recovery, it is critical that some of those funds are positioned to staff the city appropriately, because we can't come to you guys and say, we want this, we want this, we want this, and the individuals who have to actually execute the work do not have the bandwidth to actually support it. Means that 5 years, 10 years from now, we'll be in the same position where people do not have faith in the city. We're at a time where our young people want to be able to live in the city, want to be able to take pride in what is offered here. And so I highly encourage you guys to allocate ARPA funding to support the staffing of the city. Additionally, many businesses and organizations were serving this community during the pandemic, and ARPA funding was provided to the city to support economic recovery of those businesses and organizations. And those organizations and businesses are currently trying to survive. They're going through inflation, they're having challenges keeping their doors open, And those funds that are sitting and waiting need to have an urgency in terms of deployment so that those organizations and business can remain viable and a critical part of the infrastructure here in the city of Richmond. I know you guys are doing your best. You have many priorities, but this one is something that has significant impact on the people who live here and work here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. The next speaker is Patricia Perez.
First, I want to say Petey's father, my son Rick, who is always here, is not here tonight because he needed to be at the Vallejo City Council meeting to help spread some of the reforms we've talked about here in Richmond, particularly focused on some of the Vallejo's police officers' horrible practice of bending their badges as a trophy, which is sick. Next, I want to talk about Petey. Okay. On this poignant occasion marking the 9th anniversary of the loss of our grandson, Richard Petey Perez III, affectionately known as Petey, in a tragic police-involved shooting, we invite community members, city officials, and all who wish to honor a life cut short to support our advocacy for police accountability and reduced deadly encounters. The memorial service will be held at 3322 Cutting Boulevard in Richmond on Saturday, September 16th, starting at 6 p.m. In addition to honoring Petey's life, this memorial will serve as a rallying cry for continuous reforms and a space for communal healing and reconciliation. We are pleased to announce that Mayor Eduardo Martinez, Police Chief Bisa French, the president of the Richmond Police Officers Association, Ben Terrio, community police advocate Sean Dunning, members of the Reimagine Richmond Task Force, Richmond Community Police Review Commission, and numerous other community members will also join in the memorial service to show support for our cause. Additionally, we are excited to announce an upcoming project aimed at memorializing Petey, pending recommendation.
Your time has expired. Hi, can you please press the right button, please? Thank you.
Art project aimed at memorializing Petey, pending recommendation by Richmond's Arts and Culture Commission and the Recreation and Parks Commission to the City Council for approval. A pair of city-owned concrete trash cans will be artistically adorned with Petey's name and likeness by renowned artists John Toki and John Sanses, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, in collaboration with volunteers. These specially designed installations will be placed at 3322 Cutting Boulevard. We look forward to seeing some commissioners and council members as well as city staff at the event too. For the past 9 years, the Perez family has been steadfast in advocating for meaningful changes in policing throughout the state of California. We are proud of our legislative contributions made in collaboration with other victims' families to enact laws like SB 1421, Peace Officers Release of Records, AB 392, California Act to Save Lives, and SB 2, Police Decertification Act. The Perez family has been instrumental in establishing Richmond's Ordinance Number 2920 NS to foster increased accountability and promote transparency within the city of Richmond. Moving forward, in response to talks between the Perez family and the police, we are pleased that the Richmond police officers' cultural sensitivity training will soon include a module based on Petey's case aimed at preventing similar tragedies in the future. Our advocacy work has consistently involved participation in Richmond City Council meetings on a weekly basis. We finally feel heard and supported by the City Council and the Richmond Police Department.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
The next group of speakers are Sally Hinman, Jorge Flores, Jonathan Magallon, Bree Peters, Karina Magallon, and Fatima Magallon. Sally Hinman, please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of Richmond Council. Thank you so much for all of your amazing work. You're very inspiring people. I'm here with 11 youth from Richmond to support item X3A, which is on the consent calendar tonight, the RPAL lease amendment. Our group is supporting Richmond Tiny House Village Farm and Garden because we think it's going to be just an amazing, amazing positive thing for this community and a way for our community to really come together to do something so great and innovative that will double the number of units of emergency housing, dedicated emergency housing for young people in Richmond. I did spend some time making comments responding to a concern that was raised by a woman named Savitri Khalsa. And I want to pass that out for you guys just so that you have a chance to just see the very positive ways that our project responds to concerns that the community has, and the way that we take seriously being incredible stakeholders with the community, with our neighborhood councils, working together, all of us, really listening to one another and getting feedback and really working with consensus of the community in doing this very exciting project. One of the things that's going to be so great about our project is that it really is going to create placemaking in the downtown area and really bring people to the downtown to be a part of our Pals Farm and Garden, which is so cool and really developing is something that the community is going to be able to really benefit from. There's a number of people that were going to cede time for me that haven't been called yet, so I'm going to stop. But thank you very much.
Jorge Flores.
I would like to give my time to Sally.
I'm just going to continue.
You can't, I'm sorry, you can't yield your time to somebody else. We have to go on to the next speaker,
Oh,
which is
okay.
Jonathan. Jonathan, would you like to
Jonathan
speak?
was going to do the same thing, but
Yeah, we can't do that, I'm sorry. Bree Peters, would you like to speak?
Bree was going to do the same thing.
Okay.
We have 3 speakers, and they're very excited to speak when they're called upon.
Yes, Karina Magallon? And Fatima Magallon? No? Okay. Well, thank you. We'll move on to our next group of speakers, which is Kelvin Diaz, Abraham Cervantes, Adrian Margot, Stephen Horsley, Enrique Salas, and Sherry Paget.
I just want to make a comment that the banner is beautiful, so.
Kelvin Diaz.
There's Adrian and Stephen and Enrique are ready to speak. They're right here.
Okay, next speaker I have is Abraham Cervantes.
He was ceding time.
Okay, Adrian.
Hello, my name is Adrian Camargo on behalf of the Richmond Tiny House Village Farm and Garden. This project will help out the young people that need a place to stay, a roof over their head, food because no one likes to starve, and a home for young folks who can't afford a place to stay. I once had a cousin who needed help, not just from my family, but from the community. He struggled finding a job and having a place to sleep at night. Projects like this can help people like my cousin to have a home, to have opportunities in life, and land, and a hand to lend, and someone to lend a hand. This project won't just help the young community, but will also make us better people for helping those in need. We would appreciate if you guys pass this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stephen Horsley. Stephen Horsley.
Hi, I'm Stephen Horsley. Today, I want to emphasize the urgent need for a tiny home village in Richmond to support our homeless youth. My personal story is that I'm adopted, and it has taught me the profound importance of having a stable home and a place where you can feel safe. Growing up, I learned that home is more than just a roof over your head. It's a foundation for life. It's a place where dreams are nurtured, potential is unlocked, and stability is found. Now, think about the homeless youth in our community. They face unimaginable challenges daily without the basic security of a home. How can they focus on their education or future when their immediate survival is uncertain? Let's come together and make this a reality. Let's give our youth a roof over their heads, the stability they crave, and the safety they deserve. Together, we can make a lasting impact on the lives of these young individuals. Thank you for your support. Let's work together for a brighter future for Richmond's homeless youth. Thank you.
Enrique Salas.
Hello, my name is Enrique Salas. I'm here on behalf of the Village Spirit and RPAL to ask you to amend our release. Today, I bring your attention a statistic that highlights the urgency of our mission. In recent years, Richmond has seen one of the most significant spikes in homeless population in Contra Costa County, with 90% over in just 3 years, from 33,000 unhoused household individuals in 2019 to 632 people in 2020. These numbers represent real lives and real struggles, and they demand our immediate attention. I'd like to share a personal story that highlights the impact we can make. A close friend of mine was once kicked out of his home, left with an unstable place to call his own. He faced unimaginable struggles as he tried to rebuild his life. It was then that I realized the massive potential of a tiny home village in Richmond for young people experiencing homelessness. A tiny home village is not just shelter, it's a lifetime. It provides a safe, supportive community where young individuals can regain their sense of safety and belonging. It offers them a chance to rebuild their lives and become independent members of our community. By advocating for this tiny home village, we invest not just in buildings, but in our resilience of human spirit. We believe that no one should be left behind or forgotten. Together, we can make a difference by creating a safe space where young people experience homelessness can find their path to stability and hope. I urge you to join us in this important project. Let us rally our collective compassion, work forward, making this tiny home village a reality, and reverse the troubling statistics that drag our community down. Thank you for your support and commitment to this cause.
The next speaker is Sherry Paget.
Mayor Martinez, council members, city manager, city attorney, dedicated city staff, and Richmond residents. My name is Sherry Paget. I'm a Richmond resident, deeply immersed in Richmond shoreline environmental issues for the last 20 years. I'm here this evening to bring your attention back to the 85-acre Zeneca site development agreement with HRP Campus Bay, LLC. The agreement was approved by the prior City Council in December 2020 and made effective July 2021. The development agreement gave HRP Campus Bay the green light to construct up to 4,000 eight-story condominiums on top of 500,000 cubic yards of hazardous waste. which is leaking on 3 sites into neighboring properties, into the lower groundwater, and directly into the San Francisco Bay. The question is whether the HRP development agreement with the city is in compliance with the requirement to obtain legal indemnity from Cal EPA DTSC. The effective date of the development agreement was dependent upon HRP obtaining a prospective purchaser agreement from California Protection Agency, Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Toxic Substances Control. In exchange for the legal indemnity, they had to put up an escrow, which DTSC was to be $52 million. And today, they've only put up $18 million, which has now been postponed to January 31st, 2024. And DTSC is offering them an off-ramp if they are unable to put up the money.
Expired. Our next speaker is Naomi Williams.
Good evening. My name is Naomi Williams, and I'm the president of the Pullman Neighborhood Council. I just wanted to say that I welcome all you guys back. It's good to see you in person for a change. I don't know how many times I'll be here, but I'm glad to see all the seats filled except one, and I understand he's out. I don't know how I can talk in the minutes you give me, you know me, but I'm going to say it anyway. The council, the Commission on Aging is given a due on the 27th, I think, or the 28th, on a Wednesday, and you all are welcome. It's for us seniors, but you're welcome to come too. And then the International Hotel, which is in my neighborhood, was burnt down. And I was just wondering whether you're going to get around to talking about it or what. It's part of the Black history that you had before I got here. And there was a hotel there, the International Hotel. There was one on the corner, but blacks wasn't welcome. So they had to sleep in, I guess, over there at the place where they repaired the cars. So A. Philip Randolph and fellows started the first union so they can build a hotel for the blacks. So I just want to know whether you're going to keep that property or what are you going to do with it. I would like for it to stay public, put something up there for us on the south side. And you said there's a lot of black communities. No, there isn't. There's not that many blacks here in Richmond anymore. It used to be. I understand I wasn't here then. I'm a young person.
Thank you. Your time is
born.
expired.
See, told you.
And that was our last speaker. We don't have any Zoom speakers.
Okay, then the next item.
The next item is approval of the consent calendar.
All right, do we have a motion?
I move that we pass it.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
I don't know, I'll second it. I don't know if there
All
was an
right,
official second or not.
Moved by Councilmember Bono and seconded by Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Hey, just want to say thank you to the folks who came out for the tiny village. It has passed.
All right, next item.
The next item is under new business. Item Y1 is to receive a draft report and presentation from Urban Strategies Council regarding Community Crisis Response Program model options and provide direction to city staff.
Council member stated that the item was difficult to hear because of the audience members leaving. I will repeat the item so that people can hear. It's new business Y1, Community Crisis Response Program update, is to receive a draft report and presentation from Urban Strategies Council regarding the Community Crisis Response Program, model options, and to provide direction to city staff.
This is so fancy. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor McLaughlin, and City Council members. My name is LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for Community Services, and excited to be here today. Tonight, KCRT, if you could please pull up the slide deck, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Tonight, we have a presentation for you on the development and implementation of the Community Crisis Response Program. Tonight, we have Patrick Seals, a grant manager from the City of Richmond, who's been supporting me in this project, as well as David Harris, who is on Zoom, and Ann Jenks, who is sitting next to me from Urban Strategies Council. Next slide, please. So just for a little bit of background, we've been to the City Council a few times. The last time was in February of 2023, providing an update on the Community Crisis Response Program after we selected Urban Strategies Council through a competitive process to help us with this project. And Community Crisis Response really was birthed out of the Richmond's Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, which was created in June of 2020. And this task force came up with a number of ideas and programs that they wanted the City of Richmond to implement, one of which was a Community Crisis Response Program. And the task force did some work, and it's included in your packet as Attachment A, or Attachment 1 of Urban Strategies Council's draft report. But they did some program design and provided some components and recommendations around a program, and existing programs that they looked at were Cahoots, and there's a program in Oakland and other programs around the country that are doing this work. So the City Council approved a recommendation from the task force in July of 2021 and provided some funding at the tune of $1 million to help start this work. So Community Crisis Response Program, some people call it an alternative crisis response program, have a number of components, which we'll get into. But the aim is to provide a non-law enforcement community response and make sure that individuals that are in crisis can be...
The slides are not changing?
Are we in the right slide?
I'm still on background.
Oh, okay.
That is my cue. It does a lot of things. Next slide. All right, so really high level, just wanted to share, we know we've been doing this work for a while and people are excited about this, and it is a program that we understand is needed and wanted within the City of Richmond. So as I stated, in July of 2021, we received funding, and you fast forward to 2022 of July, where USC was approved a contract, and they've been working diligently, getting information from community, sharing information, drafting a report, and we are here tonight. Next slide. So I wanted to share that other programs within the City of Richmond have needed time to actually get up and running and implement it from genesis, birth of an idea, to actual full operation. And so we've highlighted two programs here for you. The first one is the Office of Neighborhood Safety, which was an amazing program and the first violence prevention program in the country. And the idea of ONS started in 2005, and you can see that a director, the first hire, was not made until 2 years later. And then from there, they weren't fully staffed for another 2 years. So just showing that programs that we have in the city of Richmond that we look at right now that we think are extremely successful, and ONS is, it takes time to actually go from birth of an idea to full implementation. And showing the same thing for the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth. That took 3 years for us to actually get up and running and get awards out the door. Next slide. So I do want to highlight a few things that we're already trying to do. One is that there was a program manager 2 position that was included in the fiscal year 23-24 budget that would really focus on implementing a community crisis response program, and that position is already seated within the Community Services Department. We also, as city staff, have been attending monthly meetings with the Contra Costa Health Services A3 program, which is anywhere, anytime, any place, and we get information from county staff around their mental health program and where they're going, and they're still in the implementation stage, even though they've actually started to do the work and provide services and have really ramped up. And they are planning to come to present to this body on September 26th to give you all an update on what they've been doing. We've also hired an intern. She's her second year master's social welfare intern from UC Berkeley. She'll start tomorrow. Actually, very much interested in helping us implement the community crisis response program and other duties as assigned. Finally, we did present to the task force on this program numerous times, but most recently, since you all have received the draft report from USC, July 12th, August 23rd, and August 30th. And on August 30th, the task force did make a recommendation for consideration of this body, which is to house the program within a new or existing department within the city of Richmond without any recommendation regarding length of time for a pilot. Next slide. Now we'll turn it over to David Harris. Next slide, please.
We cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm David Harris, President and CEO of the Urban Strategies Council, and thank you for the opportunity to present our findings this evening. We have had a really great experience working with the residents of Richmond, the leadership of the city, and especially both the city staff and the Reinventing Policing Task Force. Can you go to the next slide, please? Just a little bit about Urban Strategies. We've introduced ourselves before, but we're a regional organization focused on advancing racial equity in the Bay Area, focused specifically on Black and Brown communities, and we work with our core competencies in data and research, leadership development, collaboration building, collective impact, and policy innovation and advocacy. And the 4 pictures you see up there are myself, Ann Jenks, who was the project manager for this work, and I'll be turning over to her soon, Jacob Burgess and Jocelyn Gama, 2 of our youth fellows who also assisted in the program design. Next slide. This is a summary of our community engagement efforts in the CCRP development. We had over 450 surveys that were done. You will see some of the the summary responses to those surveys in a few minutes on some key questions. As noted, we did 9 focus groups and also 2 community-wide forums, and we had a number of stakeholder interviews. All of the groups that we met with are identified in the report appendix. Next slide. Our focus was on engaging residents about their interaction with emergency services, their access, their barriers to access, the outcomes, what community assets existed that could help in the development of an alternative response program, including what were recognized, underdeveloped, and underfunded community resources, and where and how residents receive information that would help in the design of an efficient and an effective program. And I'll turn over to Ann Jenks now, the program manager, who will provide a summary of the responses that we got as well as our findings.
Next slide, please. So this is not a scientific blind survey where you're reaching out to totally random and representative residents. But we did try to make sure that there was representation pretty broadly among Richmond residents in various communities and representing various as many different types of communities and ages and everything else that we could. And I think that it is a pretty, there are no obvious areas of people who were not heard from in the survey. There's the age responses. The next slide is the responses based on race. Next slide, there we go. And the next slide is gender. And the next slide is gender. I'm happy to answer this. Obviously, we weren't totally representative on gender. It's just easier to get women to answer questions. I have no other explanation. I'm very sorry. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, on that one slide, there was a little orange sliver that was not identified?
There's always some people who just don't want to answer a demographic question, and it's
Okay.
not mandatory.
All right, thank you.
And if it was gender, there were several different, there was male, female, and then there were several other ways that people identified themselves. So what was interesting is kind of we got to have a lot of conversations both in the survey and in the focus groups, a broader conversation about what people's experiences are with Richmond Emergency Services, as well as with county services, and what they would like to see in terms of improvements. This is just a visual representation of kind of some of the very common responses that we heard from them. Next slide, please. So what was clear in terms of what people were interested in seeing is we were interested in understanding what the elements that Richmond residents wanted to see in a alternative emergency response program. And the first one I want to just spend a moment to emphasize, and that is sometimes people think that the emergency response is going to be for mental health calls. And the real challenge in talking about things in terms of mental health calls is that kind of what the official definition would be if you asked A3 is a much narrower set of calls than what a resident might think of as mental health calls, right? So like if the example that I tend to use is if I see a person on the street just screaming to themselves, I may think that that's a mental health call, but it's going to be called in sometimes as a traffic obstruction or a person in the street. It's not identified as a mental health call. So talking about things as mental health calls gets very ambiguous and gets different people thinking of it as different things. But what was clear is that people were interested in having a response to a broad range of calls. And depending on people's experiences, the examples that they might choose are different. But the idea that there are low-level situations that could be responded to by well-trained community members instead of police. That the response teams would be able to help residents with access to referrals and resources if they want them. It's always challenging because just because you have an alternative crisis team doesn't mean that you have suddenly better referrals and better resources. And so really what the team is doing is they're having conversations with people about the practical realities about what resources and what referrals are available at any given moment. That engagement with the crisis team is voluntary, so that people know that they can engage safely and that no decisions will be made without them. It also is a key part of ensuring the safety of the response team, because people don't feel that they'll be unsafe if they engage with them, and also can decline to engage with them, and that tends to ensure the safety of the team as well. That the response teams reflect the unique needs and the resources of the diverse neighborhoods of Richmond, and that the teams are recruited from the communities that they serve. Although there was a good deal of discussion about the fact that there are a lot of people who are very familiar with Richmond who may not actively currently live in Richmond, but come from Richmond and have deep connections with Richmond. And that the teams would only be successful with.
Will you mind repeating that last section? You said they don't live in Richmond, and I lost.
I said that there were some discussions, people were recognizing the fact that many Richmonders and longtime Richmond families have moved out of Richmond. So they were saying just because somebody doesn't technically live in Richmond today, they may have deep connections to Richmond. That there's a lot of interest in ensuring that the teams, that the jobs that are created for responders be good jobs that enable team members to thrive long-term while doing the work, and also an understanding that that helps to ensure that the program is successful, and that the teams are experienced and well-trained and have deep support, but are not professional licensed clinicians. Next slide. I'm going to save you from reading this list, and this is not the definitive list. The team would need to sit down with dispatch and with the police and fire and coordinate as well with A3, but this is an example of the types of calls that might be dispatched to an alternative crisis team. And, you know, it doesn't mean that every time that there's a welfare check, it automatically goes to the team. Dispatchers ask a series of questions that are intended to help to figure out the seriousness and the safety, and kind of they're triaging every call that comes in. So just because something is classified as a welfare check, they may determine that there's other elements there that make it inadvisable to send an alternative team. But these are the types of situations that might be considered for an alternative response dispatch. Next slide, please. One of the questions we asked was, we just asked Richmonders if they supported a program such as CCRP, and we always get a majority of people saying that they would support an alternative program. I've never honestly seen numbers quite this high, but you've also had several years of ongoing community discussions about an alternative crisis response. And I think that this number probably reflects a lot of that activism and community education. Next slide, please. Is David taking over? Are you taking over? What's going on?
I will take the next couple of slides. And this gets to the nitty gritty of based on the feedback we got from community and working with staff. I won't go as detailed into each of these because I'd like to leave time mainly for discussion and questions. But there were 5 structural options that were identified for the CCRP. The first was to place the program within an independent nonprofit external to the city. That's where the city would issue an RFP or an RFQ to find an external vendor that would be responsible for administering the program. That is similar to the way Cahoots was set up. It is in, it's not part of the city of Eugene, but we've worked with other cities like Oakland, where the program was put in the city. And that's the second structural option, is to implement the program through an existing city department. Similarly, the program could be implemented by the creation of a new city department. Each of those have different pros and cons that will be reflected in the budget, as well as using the existing capacity that is within the city. The fourth option is, yes.
Excuse me. I'm getting feedback from people who are on the internet saying that you're not coming out as clearly as you are to us here in council chambers. They suggested you might get closer to the microphone so that you can be heard online as well as you're being heard here.
Let's see if I switch my microphone. Does that sound better?
Very much so.
Okay. I was on the fourth option, which is a hybrid option that was proposed, where the program is implemented beginning in a nonprofit and then is transitioned to the city. And the fifth option was the city doing a program in partnership with the county pending the implementation of the A3 program. As I mentioned, each of these options have different budget implications. However, there is one constant that we saw through the budget development, was that program expenditures are estimated to be about $350,000 a year, whether it's in a nonprofit or within the city. And that's on the next slide, please. The key variable costs in the implementation of any program is the personnel expense, and that's based on the staffing model. Can you go to the next slide, please? The one before this. Okay. I'm sorry. If you can go back to the next one. And then the next one. We did a non-scientific ranking based on the feedback that we heard, as well as discussions with potential nonprofit vendors and in consultation with city staff in terms of the ranking of the different options. The variables that we looked at was the speed to implement the program, with those rankings being 3 being the highest ranking and one being the lowest. In addition to that, the cost factors. Sustainability was the ability to make sure the program, once it's implemented, is able to be sustained over several years, not just as a pilot. And lastly, based on the feedback we got, community support, which is more accurately described as community preference, where they would like to see the program being implemented. And as you could see, based on these rankings, really there was very little differentiation between the nonprofit as well as the city implementing the model within the city, with a slight preference being to an existing city department, and that was because of the implementation speed ranking, whereas always starting a new department requires some additional startup time. There was really very little community support for partnership with the county, as well as the fact that the county A3 program is still in its own startup mode, which affects the implementation speed for the CCRP development. And the biggest drawback to the nonprofit hybrid model was the fact that many of the potential nonprofits that we spoke to had some reluctance in terms of starting a program for 1 or 2 years that then the city would integrate into its structure in terms of what they would then do with building up a staff that would then have to be let go in most cases, as well as their own capital investment and time that would then be not as valuable to their investment. Next slide. And these are the budget assumptions that I began to introduce. In terms of the variable costs, there's both program expenses as well as personnel, with personnel being the most volatile of the variable expenses based on whether the program is located in the city or with a nonprofit. But you can expect that there will be approximately $350,000 of program expenses at a minimum that will need to be allocated based on where the program is housed and some of their operational decisions. The budget models that were developed are all based on a program running 24 hours a day for 7 days a week. And we based the personnel expenses on the average salaries for the positions that would be in a nonprofit, also based on the existing salary ranges for similar Richmond job classifications if the program were implemented in the city. We also included a 35% benefit rate if the program were based in a nonprofit versus the 80% benefit rate if this program were located within the city. And there's still a need for some job classifications and salary ranges to be established if the program were located in the city. And there's also some need to engage the collective bargaining units that is in contract with the city regarding also some of these positions. Next slide. The next slide breaks down the operational costs, which I won't speak to in detail, and you can, if you have questions, speak to any specific line item. Next slide. As you can see from these budget assumptions, the estimated expense for implementing the program in a nonprofit over a 12-month period is approximately $1.5 million, whereas implementing it in the city is approximately $2 million, a $500,000 difference, with the main expense variable being personnel and specifically regarding benefits. Next slide. As you can see from these budget projections, we looked at the 12-month and 6-month projected expenses, which factor in the benefit costs and the personnel costs. Those are for the nonprofit, 1.85 million approximately, and 2.375 million for city implementation. And I'm sure you have a number of questions about these numbers that we are prepared to speak to. And I'll turn back over to Ann and LaShonda for the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, David. I also just want to point out
I will use this one. So I also want to just point out that we really tried hard to list the assumptions, because if assumptions change, the numbers change. Another thing that David didn't point out was that the numbers we use for the salary projections were based on some City of Richmond existing salary ranges, but that doesn't include our class and comp study implementation and how those salaries change. So there could be a significant increase in the salaries that would be provided to any of these positions. And we've looked at other cities such as Oakland, and their rates are a little higher than ours for some of the positions. So I just want to be very clear that there are some assumptions that we've made that come to this, that bring us to this conclusion about salaries, but we think this is the low and not the high. We also don't have cost pool included in here, and as you all know, cost pool is included within every department. And so we don't have those exact numbers. Next slide, please. So we worked with, this is from the report in terms of ongoing stakeholder and community engagement. And one thing that Urban Strategies Council is recommending is that there be a community advisory board to provide oversight and support for the program. And there's some things that were included in the report that outline what that could look like, as well as the task force had recommendations in their initial program model about an advisory body. Also, we want to continue to have meetings with service providers, so we make sure that referral system is really there to make sure community members are connected to the resources they need. We would have to, of course, do continued citywide outreach and education to make sure community members knew about this resource and that it was working well. We would want to do better and have more information on our website and have a data dashboard, and then also have a mechanism for people to provide feedback. And I'll turn it over to Patrick to close us out.
Thank you. So next slide, please. So there are quite a few next steps that will be happening in concert and sequence as necessary. As LaShonda mentioned, with regard to hiring on a program manager, project manager, given direction from City Council as to how they'd like to proceed, that would be something that we would need to move forward quickly with as it relates to building out job classifications for that specific position and any of the supporting positions within the department or division. And given that there was direction potentially to move forward with an option focused on the nonprofit, we would be working in concert with Urban Strategies Council to build out and release an RFP to do that solicitation. If we move forward, we would need to be coordinating with our communications and emergency dispatch to discuss training, as Ann referenced, as it relates to the various types of calls. There would need to be some additional training so that they could coordinate that with the police department and also within a community crisis response division. And also consider coordinating with the Contra Costa County's A3 program. Given that it's a city division or department, moving forward with our public works and fleet would be required because there would need to be vehicles purchased, and there via our fleet managers discuss some of the challenges. We need to also move quickly with that regard. There are a lot of questions that come out specifically as it relates to how these programs will function and what we'll do within various scenarios. And the truth is that there isn't much specificity that could be provided here today because we haven't actually built out much of the protocols or many of those procedures. The reason is because we haven't received direction from you. So once direction is given as to the next steps, then we'll definitely need to be building out the procedures and protocols that will happen as it relates to how individuals within a particular division will then interact and engage and respond and also coordinate, not just within their division or department, but also emergency services, also within county, et cetera. We also want to be proactive around outreach and engagement and build out the network of resources, as Ann referenced, and finally be as strategic as possible with regards to collecting metrics so that we can measure and evaluate our success and build in some internal and external agreements. And next slide. With that, I think that concludes our presentation of the draft report, and we are open to questions and any direction that council may be able to provide. Thank you.
Councilmember Bonham.
Thank you for the presentation. It's an excellent program. We all would love it to succeed. Many cities have started it. If we had this program in place, PD Perez would have been alive today, a young man who was drunk. That was it. So because I would like it to succeed, not leave a bad taste in the city's mouth, I have some questions for you to make sure we take the right steps in the right direction. One of the concerns is about the cost. The other concern is about liability. So about the cost, you said nonprofit is more favorable than Contra Costa County partnership. I was at the presentation by Ann Roth, the head of County Health Department, and she said they receive Measure X money. In addition, they're going to be qualified for Medi-Cal. That's a lot of money. If we partner with them, it should be easier financially for us. So why are you saying it's going to be harder?
I can start, and you can jump in on that. The first reason is that A3 is only going to be responding to mental health related calls.
I understand, but can we sort of tailor the program like the city of Richmond subsidizes the service and then requests additional services? So we have our own program in partnership with them. We subsidize for the additional services we're requesting.
We would have to have that conversation with the county because their A3 model is very specific. They would have to change their model to do what we're looking at doing, which is to respond to various types of calls. So that could be a conversation. We have not had that conversation with them. They are very much focused right now on trying to roll out A3 and expand their teams to the level that they desired. And so they're, as stated, they're still in that process. But right now, their model, the support they provide us or cities, jurisdictions, is around their H3, which is supporting unhoused, and core teams, as well as the A3 model. And the Measure X funds are annual for A3, and they are already budgeted out for that specific purpose.
And is this program going to be qualified for grants?
I will turn that over to our grants manager, Patrick Seals.
Absolutely, it could be. Yes.
Oh, okay. Very good. One concern is about liability. So I'm happy that with this program, our residents, won't be dealing with armed law enforcement, but unarmed people. But how about their own safety? How well trained are they when you say their experience? What type of experience do they receive? I feel like they need a bit of seasoning to go into the streets and start their job.
And can you share the data that we know based on incidents that involve safety around the country?
So safety, this question is a question that comes up anytime you discuss a program, especially sending people who are unarmed. There's a couple of factors that I think are worth considering. One is that there are, in fact, a lot of people who already go out and respond to situations unarmed in the community, firefighters for one. And there are a lot of social workers who are not responding necessarily to emergency calls, but you have a lot of harm reduction people, you have folks over at SOS who are responding to situations. And now we have the advantage where there are alternative response programs that have been developed in cities throughout the country, along with the one in Eugene, Oregon, which for more than 3 decades, has been responding to dispatched emergency calls. And well-trained people who have some level of experience, and that gets to who you're hiring and what, kind of what their backgrounds are, can safely respond to calls. The dispatchers are helping to ensure that they're being sent to the right calls, and then you're relying on people having the autonomy to make decisions on the street for their own safety as a priority, and being able to assess that. And what's happening is that the new programs that have been developed find that they request police assistance somewhere between 1% and 3% of the time of their calls, and that typically that assistance is not because of some imminently dangerous situation, but more often situations where it suddenly becomes apparent that this is a situation that needs the police presence. For example, if I suddenly tell the team that there's been a crime and I want to report it, that's something they can't do, and they'll call the police in. The experience that people are having is that it is vital that people are well trained, including safety training, that they have the kinds of experiences where they're able to assess situations very well, that the dispatchers are assessing the types of calls and doing their due diligence in terms of kind of uncovering as much as they can about what the safety of the situation is. But people are doing this, and they're doing it safely across the country at this point.
You didn't answer my question, though. What type of training are they going through?
Well, obviously, safety training, both in terms of driving, situational awareness.
Who provides that?
Well, you decide how you want to do it here. Every city does it differently in terms of whether they contract.
So you don't know
there's
yet?
curriculum. Well, I have opinions, and I can make recommendations on what to put into a curriculum, and I know some of the folks around who are doing that kind of training, but it has not been specifically determined.
I appreciate your honesty.
And Councilmember Bonner, attachment 2 of the actual draft report has a training outline for alternative response, which lists a number of different types of trainings that individual community or team members could have, and it's like 5 pages of potential trainings. So there are a lot here, but once we actually develop a program, figure out what it's going to look like, then we would be able to go through the list of potential trainings and provide a more refined list at that point.
Thank you. I have one more question about the dispatchers. In the matrix report, which is going to be presented after this, I assume, the response times are shown to be too long for the fire department and the police department. Is this going to be an overload into that? Are we going to hire dispatchers first to make sure it doesn't affect the response time to emergency responders?
We spoke both to dispatch supervision, to the police leadership, and to dispatchers themselves. And these aren't new calls. This is a call they're taking anyway. It's just a question of where they're sending it, and every call gets kind of the same types of questions in terms of both the safety and they're determining, you know, what level of priority it needs, et cetera. So it's just what they do with that information, but it's not actually an expansion of their work.
So you don't expect those type of calls to increase after people learn that we are offering the service?
It possibly could. So once, I think in the initial kickoff of the program, we would have the dispatchers that we have at the moment, but we also want to have conversations with fire and PD to understand what their current needs are. If they're understaffed right now in dispatchers, there may be a need to request additional dispatchers. So as we stated in one of the next step bullets, there are additional conversations, more detailed conversations we need to have, because it is possible. And we hope that maybe more people will feel comfortable now that there's an alternative response team that is able to be deployed, that maybe more people in the community will call. And so there will be a rise in the number of calls that come in. And so there may be a need for additional dispatchers, but we will have to determine that later.
Thank you. And one more question about coordination with the county. Is it going to be arranged? For example, if there's a call about a panhandler or loitering or, you know, some type of, I cannot find the examples here, but that would require, I mean, what are you going to do with the person? Are you going to tell them go away? Where are they going to go? You need to offer some services, right? Have you arranged for those services? Are they going to be available? What is the next step? It's just not an interaction. Service needs to be continued.
Understood, and that's why we are continuing to have conversations with the county. I attend monthly meetings with Contra Costa County, and there are members from H3 as well as the A3 there, providing information to all local jurisdictions that attend that meeting from the county. So different city managers attend that meeting. And we always are talking about, they're talking about better coordination between A3 and H3. But also then how are local jurisdictions connecting with what the county is already providing. So regardless if we were doing a program or not, we would still want to have better coordination, more coordination, collaboration with the county. So we're going to continue to have these conversations with Contra Costa County as we're building out our program. So we make sure that there are warm handoffs and we're clear about how we refer people to county resources or other resources.
Are they going to be connected to the police department, like have backup if they cannot handle the situation themselves?
So yeah, we've talked about that if needed, and that's why I think Ann was saying that there'll be training and conversations with dispatch to hopefully be able to determine who was dispatched, what type of team was dispatched, whether it was PD or fire, EMS, or the alternative response team, but if needed.
Are they going to receive some training by the police department as well, or shadowing or something?
Yes, they need to understand the work of the police and the fire department because they're essentially becoming another emergency response. There are some programs that receive 30% of their calls from police on the scene, where the police show up somewhere and say, we shouldn't be here. And they bring in their alternative team. So the goal is, and there's substantial interest within the police department as well, to work collaboratively, right, to identify and to support what calls can just simply be better responded to. But yes.
I think it's going to be my last question for you, that the city of Antioch has started it. Do you have any information, data about how it's going?
I've heard some things anecdotally, and I am hoping to get some data, but I don't have any at this time.
Okay, and I have a question for our city attorney. What are the possible liabilities? What are we exposing ourselves to?
Well, of course, they don't have guns. So lots of things that come with liability from operating a police department wouldn't apply. But anytime you, and there's supposed to be immunities that exist when you're acting in the course and scope of employment as public officials. But things go wrong. There's lawyers out there and looking for opportunities to recover. This is a relatively new area, and so I think the law is developing, and I think it's hard to predict, but operating this type of a function out in the street, as you talk about, we're going to need to have it covered by our insurance policies, and there will be consequences ultimately.
I guess my question is, which one of those 5 options would be the best, and how best we can cover ourselves? I mean, if you work with the county and like subsidize county for extra services they provide, would we be better covered?
I think I haven't worked with the group in terms of they're raising these questions and are trying to look at it from the liability standpoint. Obviously, when you're operating with bigger agencies that have deeper pockets, that can be helpful, but I don't think I'm in a position to tell you which option to select from that standpoint without having looked at it in more detail.
Yeah, I would appreciate if you could look at it, and I would appreciate in your next presentation, hopefully some data from other cities that have implemented it. I know all over the nation there are many cities doing it. Now this is the trend, but we need to follow the best practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson?
Hi, thank you so much for your work on this. I know it's been a long time and lots of data and a lot of work gathered. I have 3 questions. One of them is around the potential for grants and fundraising for this work, and I wonder how much and if any research has been done to identify potential funding sources, ongoing funding sources, federal, state, to fund the program. If there has been work, what does the outlook look like in terms of being able to supplement funding for this program through grants?
So I haven't done any deep dives into this, partly because we haven't received direction yet on the options. But it would be very similar to Office of Neighborhood Safety. It would align with the types of grants usually around the state, child violence intervention, prevention type of grants that might be opportunities that exist for this type of work.
Do you happen to know how much funding the Office of Neighborhood Safety usually gets from grant sources? Not exact numbers, but like range.
I
I'm
know
just
Sam
curious.
might be on Zoom. I know that they got a recent $6 million CalVIP grant, but it was over, I believe, 3 years, if I'm not mistaken. And then they've also received YRG, and I'm forgetting what that stands for at the moment, grant, and I don't remember the amount. So those are their 2 main funding sources, and then they get smaller grants from foundations that provide a little more flexibility in terms of the type of services they provide. But we definitely can look into options for funding this type of program. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Antioch, they've went with a nonprofit, and one of our task force members is a council member for Antioch, and I believe she stated that they are really looking for their nonprofit to find ways to sustain the program after the city's initial funding is gone. So we can also have conversations with other jurisdictions to see if they've been successful at other funding sources. I did, I think 2 years ago, attempt to request funding from through Congressman DeSanye's office, or when he was our congressman, for their discretionary funding that they have available. So it's very competitive, but we did put in an application for that, but we didn't receive it. So that is also an option.
Thank you.
LaShonda, additionally, there are new federal funding streams approved last year through the President's initiative that are providing funding for alternative response, as well as the city of Oakland, after allocating funding, received a $10 million grant from the state towards the implementation of their new alternative response program.
Thank you. And so another kind of budget question, and that is, there's a lot of question marks still in the current proposed budget, and I just wonder if you can say a little bit more about, when you do get direction on which kind of strategy to use, what is the next steps in terms of, creating a projected budget? What does that timeline look like?
So that would be, to me, rather quickly. We are working already with finance and have had meetings with finance and HR. So we got the positions recommendations from USC. So this is their recommendation in terms of if you're going to do a 24/7 program or have it operating 24/7, that you would need approximately 14 FTEs. And so they came up with classifications, and we're working with HR and finance. So we're already working to get better, more refined numbers, and it will depend on, for us, what kind of direction we receive. So if it's a nonprofit that we're going to work with, that may look a little different in terms of what positions we want to have in-house to support this program versus if it's an in-house program. We already, as stated, have a position that's in the budget right now, which is a program manager 2. So we have budget allocated for that that's coming out of the $1 million allocation. So that would be the initial, and we already know what that looks like. Mm-hmm. The class and comp, it doesn't include the class and comp increase that will come. And then we have a sense of what our benefit range or load is at 80%, but that might go up a little bit to 85% for positions. And then the piece that we don't really know is the cost pool quite yet. So we're working, we can make assumptions based on other similar sized departments on how much additional funding that is, but I am working with finance to try and get some better cost pool numbers. I think that really is the main piece. Okay. So it could be, like I said, we're working on it, so it could be relatively shortly.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last.
I'm saying it could be relatively shortly, where we would have more refined numbers, and we could, but we don't feel like our numbers are that far off. These are minimums. They don't include, like I said, they don't include class and comp numbers, and they don't include cost pool, are the two major pieces that these numbers don't include.
Mm-hmm. And when you say relatively short, what do you mean? What's relatively short for you?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
I mean, I really like it. We've already doing the work. We're already doing the work, so I think we can wrap it up and have better numbers. I can't say they're going to be final, but we definitely could have more refined numbers within the next few weeks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Great presentation. Super exciting to hear more about this program. I have a couple of questions. I'm going to try to shoot some of them out there. I saw the pilot, 18 months. Is that enough? When you compared it to the others, it looked like they had a couple more years. I want to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success, and I don't know if that's too short of a time. Should we say a pilot a little bit longer? What's a good, I mean, your slides compared to 3 years, 4 years, 5 years.
Most pilots are up to about 2 years. So the period 18 months to 24 months is an adequate time to begin learning, to be able to then make the adjustments that the city will need to make to strengthen the program.
Thank you. And what about the benchmarkings and metrics used to guide us, and at what time frame do we adjust? Do we wait 2 years and say, oh, well, should have done this? Or do we do 6 months, 1 year? How are we looking at that?
It's continuous learning. I mean, especially when you're talking about the learning that has to occur between the dispatchers and the response teams. they'll require ongoing meetings with each other to learn and understand the situations, as well as communications with the police department and other first responders to um, uh, this is not a program that you just run for 3 or 6 months and then stop and say, okay, what have we learned? You're learning on a real-time basis, and that has to be built in, that kind of continuous learning throughout the process. As well as towards the end, some of the questions that were asked earlier, you want to uh, be able to get a sense of, did it impact response time? Did it impact police officer satisfaction with the work that they're doing in regard to the calls that right now we know that they've told us that they don't really need to be taking? What other cost savings or implications are impacted by the demonstration of the pilot? So those things are ongoing, and evaluation needs to be built throughout the whole effort.
Thank you for that. I want to switch over a little bit. The goal of the respondents and the data, I like data. So on your charts there, what was the main goal of the responses that we were looking for? Was it just to guide something? Because I noticed that some of the outreach, and it looks like it was great outreach, but some of the responses back, Richmond is majority Latino, and that wasn't who majority, I don't know that's the name of the word, responded. So I want to make sure that we are outreaching, and I don't know if we had a goal to say we want to target this population and really get that feedback, so it's driven by the people that we really want to help out, which is our minority communities in Richmond.
That's definitely true in terms of the races of the people who responded to the survey, and we tried to then use the focus groups, especially to hear from communities that were either underrepresented in the survey, or groups that just tend, they might be smaller immigrant communities, and just groups that we were concerned. We did focus groups in the unhoused community areas to make sure that we were hearing from some of the folks that we were concerned we didn't get enough of the survey response from.
Okay, thank you. In regards to the intern that I saw in there, another we're going to UC Berkeley to get them. There's a national program for apprentices, and there is a national move to go into the community colleges, which we happen to have one in Richmond, even though it's a parking lot. But we want to uplift our community, and we want to look internally at our community colleges, and that is one way that we can bring that, or furthering our equity lens in everything that we're doing, and then we start with the community colleges and not bypass them. So it'd be great if we can look into our community college here as well. That's just a thought there in the recommendation that I would really, really love. And I'm assuming that we're also paying them?
Yes.
Thank you. Good answer. And then over to paying. I don't know that these costs include OPEB and retirement cost.
My understanding, so working with finance, we usually use an 80% benefit load based on the salary to include all of those costs.
So we are looking at future costs.
I'm looking at them right now to get a thumbs up.
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. I like thumbs up. Another thumbs up, hopefully, for the vehicles. I think everyone's going to know.
Electrical.
Understood, yes. It
Perfect.
might increase the cost a little bit, but yes.
There's funding in
I
ECIA.
know.
We can gladly give you some or all.
I completely, yes.
We want to continue taking care of our community. And are we going to use a different number than 911, or are we looking at other options?
the hope is that it's a both and, where you create another number that can also be answered by dispatch, but it can be answered, you can just have a different protocol for how it's answered, and 911, because the fact is that it is a tremendously heavy lift to convince a community to change their behavior around what numbers they call. Every hotline that I've ever talked to says this is the most difficult thing to do. So you're going to continue to have a lot of your calls coming in through 911 or the non-emergency number, because that's what people are used to doing. And you can also have another number, and when we come together in 20 or 30 years, you may have trained most of the community to use another number. But it's fairly easy to put one in place.
Thank you, because I had heard input that another number might help out, because there's some people that might have a bad connotation of 911, right? So maybe giving them options as we're trying to, again, reach a broader community that is not always maybe reached or doesn't always reach out because they're afraid of a certain number. So thank you for taking that into consideration. And then on the trespassing an unwanted person, and that's on your slide, backing a little bit of what Councilmember Bonner had mentioned, just want to make sure that as the training there, if somebody says someone's trespassing, we're not sending someone out without unknowing if that person is armed or not, right?
So, when I kind of stumbled into this type of work, I thought that a trespass or unwanted person was somebody in the backyard at 2 o'clock in the morning. The vast majority of calls that are trespasser, unwanted person is somebody who is in the middle of the day, you know exactly who they are, and they're just somewhere that a person does not want them to be. They're sitting in somebody's driveway, they're in a cafe, and they don't want to leave because it's raining out. And everybody understands what's going on, and if you can show up with empathy and with patience and with the time, and you're able to offer them a ride in the electric vehicle to somewhere else, and you can discuss what the solution is, like where do you want to, you can't, it's not going to work out well for you to stay here, where people, where the cafe owner is saying that they need you to leave. Where can you be? Where do you want to be? Because we can help to facilitate that. That is, in fact, what the vast majority of trespass and unwanted person calls, because in all likelihood, the dispatcher is going to say it's not appropriate for the alternative emergency team if it is a person in your backyard at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Perfect.
But that's not what it's going to be.
Perfect. Thank you for that. That is it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to see this moving forward. I think like the community and the council have been waiting for this, so this is really exciting for us. I said like we had this program long time ago. Peri Perez would have been here with us. So I am really excited that we are moving into a more holistic a system of care where we are sending the right service for the calls that we are receiving in the community. And so my question is about the job description. I think like we need to move really efficient and fast in terms of the job description. I heard that there is already a program manager too, so that job description is already done, or how long like it will take, or in which stage the job description for this program, if it's in the city, is right now?
Good evening, Councilmember Jimenez. So my assumption was that we were going to receive feedback this evening regarding the program, and so HR has been preparing and researching draft job descriptions, and so I would say that it's in an initial first draft mode. And I know that Sharon wanted to join us this evening, but she's out sick. So I'd be happy to email the council more explicit information tomorrow once this item has gotten policy direction, but we've got drafts.
This is what we love about the city manager, when she makes things happen, as the mayor said. When she is in her mind to do things, she makes things happen. So we want to make sure, like, with your response, that this is going to happen. Like, and I am really excited about that because it's a work of all of us. I don't want to delay more because I know that there are so many people that want to talk and make public comments, because this is something that community has been working. So I will stop here to make sure that we have time for public comments.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Thank you. I have a few questions, and I'll try and be brief because I too would like to get to public comments. So first of all, thank you for all your hard work on this. I want to say how important this is. A lot of talk has kind of engaged around, or a certain amount of it around, comparisons with ONS. So I was the one back in 2007 that brought forward the proposal for ONS, and I can tell you I brought it forward in April of 2007, and there was so much infighting on the council who were unwilling to budget money for the program. It took till July of 2007 to get that budgetary funding for that program. But then, and in the meantime, there was a big crisis of violence in the city. So I always thought if we would have had the council move that faster, we would have saved lives. Now on this one, and then ONS became a national model. I would love to see this program become a national model as well. So here are my questions. So you gave a list of service calls, but you didn't specify what percentage of calls does that represent? Do you have a sense of that?
The matrix report looked at some percentages. It was a little hard to compare the calls that we were talking about to the calls that they were looking at, because they were looking at some traffic and some others. So it was a little, I don't want to use that data. Honestly, what's going to happen first is there's a lot of different studies that say conservatively about 30% of 911 calls don't need to be responded to by police. The studies that I don't like are the ones that look at the call outcome, because I don't think it's fair to look at the outcome after you know that it was an appropriate call. It's what you know at the beginning that's really going to make a difference. But even the ones that are looking at the calls initially, you know, what's going to happen first here in Richmond is it's going to be an issue of how many people you've got, how many teams you have to respond. But what's very, very clear is there's plenty of appropriate calls for those initial teams. You're not going to be able to respond to 30% because you're not going to have that many teams, right? I'm not sure if I answered.
So let me try another question. I don't quite, it sounds like maybe in the matrix report we could ask that question again. But because what I'm looking for is how many calls do you think we can divert into this program? And do you have any recommendations about what types of calls and what might be some of the first types of calls that CCRP takes on and why?
So I know in the report, there were common calls that have been dispatched to alternative response teams, and that was the list that was shared. I think that's what USC is saying. might be possible types of calls that if they come into dispatch with proper training and questions, and dispatch can possibly divert to an alternative response team. I know we have ourselves been thinking about asking the question about the percentage, and I don't know that we know for Richmond right now exactly what that percentage could be. I don't know if anyone from PD or fire would have a better sense of that, but right now we don't have that exact number, but we understand it's important to have that sense of what that percentage could be.
Okay, so then that kind of leads into the next question. So I heard you say that, I mean, your list doesn't identify mental health and behavioral health issues, and you mentioned they were hard to identify or categorize because they could be categorized in another way, but when people call 911, will RPD be the first responders? Because I do not think that RPD calls A3.
So you're saying that if I call 911 and I say my adult son is off his meds and he's having a psychotic episode, so it's clearly a mental health call. In my conversations, and I'm not the person to answer this question, but in my conversations with Richmond Dispatch, they do call A3. Whether A3 is able at any given moment to come is a separate question, or whether they're, whether it's within the schedule of when they have teams and all of the other issues. But they do call A3.
All right, so is there a way for CCRP responders to be the first point of contact before A3 or mental health professional might need to intervene? And aren't there categories of mental health calls that don't require A3 and can be met with CCRP? CCRP, yeah.
I mean, I think that this is one of the areas that as everybody gets to know each other better, I think you start with the very obvious calls that are pretty clear to understand, and you have a small enough number of teams that you can't manage all of the potential calls anyway. And then everybody gets to know each other. For example, in Eugene, Oregon, where they've done this for a very long time, for a long time, they didn't respond to suicide calls. Often if somebody is saying that they're going to commit suicide, they have some implement with which they're planning to harm themselves. And so for a long time, it was the belief that it was not appropriate to have unarmed people go to that type of a call. They now go to all those calls. Even when the person says that they have some implement that they intend to harm themselves with, because everybody got to know themselves, got to know each other and understand the work that was being done. And so over time, kind of some of those, some of the boundaries shift a little bit. I wouldn't be at all surprised to come back here in 3 years and find out that A3 and CCRP talk to each other regularly, and CCRP says, we know we have to come, we know this family, but it's going to take us 45 minutes to an hour to get there. Can you go in the meantime, right? But that will only happen after people know each other and have some experience with each other. I don't mean individual people, but rather programs, and have the experience, and kind of understand what the skill set is and everything else. But I would not be at all surprised to see that happen in the future.
And I could just add that Contra Costa County A3 program, they will be presenting in 2 weeks on the 26th. So there may be that's an opportunity to get more information about where they are in their process. The last meeting I went to, they've had meetings with dispatch managers and law enforcement sworn supervisory staff looking at dispatch. So because they need to have dispatch needs to have trainings, law enforcement, emergency needs to have trainings. They mentioned, and I thought it was interesting, and I wrote it down, that as an example in San Ramon, their dispatch, when someone calls, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but they ask, do you need medical, fire, emergency, or mental health?
So they're changing the way in which they even receive calls to be able to dispatch them to the right units to provide that correct service to community. So the county is working on an MOU that will be provided to all the jurisdictions so that there's clear protocols and understanding about how that handoff will happen, and then how they know there's the extra step with us if we have our program implemented in terms of how they then work with our our community crisis response program. So I think you'll find more information about that interaction in 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you. So this is a question about dispatch and the call numbers, a kind of a follow-up on what Councilmember Zepeda said. So I got the impression that you're saying, hey, we don't have to have just 911, there could be alternatives. I know I heard you say, well, the community doesn't always get it, that there's another number, but we can do a lot of outreach. I can tell you that I get calls from people, emails from people saying, I don't want to call police. Is there another number I can call? There's a unhoused person who obviously has some mental health problems. I would like to call another number. And up until this point, we say, well, 911 is the only number we have. So it sounds like a 988 or 311 could be set up pretty easily. Because 911, and I want to share this, somebody mentioned the Crescent Park event, a public speaker, which was a wonderful event, but there was a fire nearby that happened during the event, and so smoke was coming in. So we're calling 911. And the person who was calling, who was one of the attendees, brings me her cell phone and says, I have never in my life been put on hold on 911, but I'm on hold right now. So it seems to me that 911 could use some help. And so I do think an additional number to call is important. And my final question has to do with the Community Advisory Board. Do you have any, I believe they should be throughout the whole process involved. Do you have any suggestions for the structure, like purpose, objectives, powers, that this committee would take on?
I'll see if Ann or David have something, because it was part of their recommendation. But the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force is very much interested in this Community Advisory Board, and at their next, they ran out of time at this meeting to dive into that, but at their next meeting, I know they want to really look into and have a conversation about what that board could look like. So that's at their next meeting in September.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ann, would you like to?
This is a program with extremely deep and broad interest and support from the community. I have seen I've seen programs in big cities shut down, short circuit, derail their community advisory board. And it is each time you watch it happen, it's just shooting yourself in the foot for absolutely no apparent reason and harming the program. You've got the opportunity to have deep and meaningful engagement from the community. It's very exciting. And, it definitely needs to be representative. It needs to be thoughtful. It needs to be transparent. And it will tremendously benefit the program and your ability to do community engagement and community education and have an ongoing dialogue with the community and hear from the community how it's happening. It's an opportunity for people who have had an interaction with the program to come and share their thoughts. However it's structured, it needs to have those elements. I always say, I will only tell the stories of what some of these cities have done tragically with their community advisory boards over beer, because it's really very sad to see. And I'm very excited because I have deep faith in Richmond, given what they've done in terms of their task force and in terms of the level of excitement and engagement with the community, that there will be a strong, effective, and transparent community advisory board and representative.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. One last question from Councilman Bana.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is the scope of your involvement When will your role end in the process? And I just want to make sure also that you've been helpful with designing the program and everything, but it's not the case that you send out, RFP and then you reply to it yourself. Just want to make sure.
We are still under contract with the city to help in the continuing design and eventual implementation of the program. We are an intermediary organization, and we are not a direct service provider, so we will not be an applicant, but we will help the city in all ways possible to make sure the CCRP is a success.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Just wanted to make sure independence will be respected. Thank you.
Thank you. It is now time for public comment.
We currently we have 11 in-house speakers, and if there are any speakers on Zoom that wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand now. The first group of speakers are Jamin Purcell, Don Gosney, Mark Wasberg, Andrew Melendez, Jocelyn Hernandez, and Karina Salmiran. Jamin Purcell? Can you?
Yeah, I got that, but I think that's cool. So first, I would like to commend you guys for moving forward with this. I really want to say that this is an innovative approach to prioritize prevention and holistic solutions and be able to provide authentic public safety to the community. I want to urge you to consider the proposed shift and look at the proposals that were put forward by the task force for having it either within an existing department or within a new department. I think that's going to, you guys have not started the timer. But I think that those are going to be really important because they are going to give it a lot more faith within the program. One of the things that, is about when we're talking about public safety is that with an NPO, people aren't going to see that as having the amount of confidence that they would have out of a government agency. So I would really urge you to look at those considerations. I know you can pick from the full menu, but I really think that that is going to be the stronger approach. As well, these should be jobs that are within the city, that are union jobs, that are going to be able to provide a growing program and not just, take this pilot and then let it soar. Because as we saw with ONS, and I want to thank you again, Vice Mayor McLaughlin, for pushing for that it has expanded over the years. It has made a huge, huge impact. And something like this can continue to do that sort of hard work within the community and try to provide some of that provide the public safety that Richmond deserves. And especially I want to draw attention to the fact that, we've levied a lot onto the police over the years through the closing of our mental health systems from Reagan, and we've seen an increase in unhoused and within substance abuse and mental health issues, and all of this has been levied onto the police, and this is unfair. This is really just not giving the service that is necessary to address these issues. And so being able to create these new approaches and being able to actually do it authentically is going to be very important. As well, I really want to advocate for this this group to have an oversight committee that is made up of stakeholders. That's people who've been affected by the criminal justice system, people who are unhoused, people who are undocumented, people who are oftentimes caught up in the system that is not made for them, but instead
Thank you. Your time has
punishes them.
expired.
Okay. Well, thank you, and please.
Don Gosney?
Thank you. Since its inception, I have served on the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. Just as I would hope that the task force would never presume to speak for me, I would never presume to speak for the task force. My comments tonight on this issue are mine alone. There are several areas of concern that I have with the proposal, and I hope that you might consider them as you proceed. One of the most important to me is whether the response team should be established as a subset of the city or whether it should be farmed out to an outside group, perhaps even a nonprofit. As a worker who has spent his entire life in the House of Labor, farming out good union jobs is a business model that I cannot and will never embrace. These jobs need to be good union jobs with good wages and benefits. It is unlikely that any organization outside of the city could guarantee this. When it was discussed by the task force, it was suggested that if the workers choose to do so, they could petition to join a union or form their own. In theory, this might seem like a solution, but in reality, those could easily take 9 months to a year before a vote is held, and then another year to a year and a half until a contract is agreed upon. And there's nothing about that would be acceptable. When you look at the table and the proposal highlighting possible wages to be paid by the response team members, the table is not, in my opinion, providing accurate costs to the city for the pension and health care benefits those workers deserve. I doubt that it even factored in the built-in cost for Social Security and state disability, which approaches a flat 8% on top of everything else. There will be people advocating for saving the city some money by going the Walmart route and paying the bare bones minimum, but this should not be what this city is known for. This is a union community, and we pay people decent wages and benefits. Before I run out of time, I'm also concerned with a survey that was taken to learn what the community wants out of this program, in particular the part where it was adamant that the people of Richmond will demand that the program have little or nothing to do with the Richmond Police Department. I said the groups that were listed as part of the survey do not, in my opinion, represent the people of Richmond. Sorry, my clock actually only went 2 minutes, not like Jamin's.
The next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
This is the most stupidest thing I ever heard in my entire life. These people couldn't even answer the questions. I said, after the Floyd incident, this is what the task force was designed to get rid of the police. Because they had some stupid idea that you're going to send a bunch of social workers go down the Iron Triangle, the most deadliest place in the state of California, and confront some of these homeless people, somebody with a mental disorder. They're going to pull out a knife, who could pull out a gun. Even a simple call could end up somebody getting murdered. And this is all just a bunch of bullshit. This is never going to work. You've been working on this task force for the last 2 years, and you haven't got nothing done. You got a bunch of educated idiots out there think they're going to come down here to Richmond and sing Kumbaya with a bunch of cold-blooded killers. That's the most stupidest thing. This lady in the middle, she's talking out of her ass. She's supposed to be some type of got some type of fancy degree, and she couldn't even answer half of the questions. This is not going to fly at all. Because this was designed to get rid of the police after the stupid Floyd incident. This is what the whole thing was about. And I guarantee you said some of these social workers down there, the Iron Triangle, they're not going to last 5 minutes. Because like I said, the simplest call could end up somebody getting murdered. And you think a trespasser is going to sit there and listen to this bunch of garbage when you have some social workers, oh, please, get into the car, we'll take you somewhere else. You know what he's going to say? He just might pull out a knife or tell you to go take a hike. McLaughlin, she's the expert on mental illness. She's certified from the state of California. She was a Looney Tune. She even got papers to prove it. It's all on the internet. Get on the internet. She's crazy.
Excuse me. Can you stop his...
No, I got the right to speak. I'm just saying this task force is all just a bunch of fucking bullshit. And so are these people over here.
You have the right to speak. You do not have the right to abuse...
I can say anything.
No, you cannot. You cannot abuse people with your language.
Fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. And fuck all you guys on that task force. Wait, what the fuck? You're screwing up the whole fucking city.
Thank you, Chief French.
The next speaker is Andrew Melendez.
I don't know how I'll follow that up, but try it.
Please don't.
Please don't.
Can you, yeah, thank you.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez. I'm a politics student at St. Mary's College and a lifelong resident of Richmond. I'm here today to briefly express my strong support for the continued development of the Community Crisis Response Program. The city's deep commitment to enhancing community safety and addressing trauma through community-based alternatives deeply resonate with me because it underscores our shared vision for a safer and more compassionate Richmond, particularly for young people like myself. The Community Crisis Response Program is pivotal for my generation. While mental health challenges have no age boundaries, of course, today's youth, especially those in urban environments like Richmond, deal with a unique set of pressures and vulnerabilities, which I'm glad is not being overlooked. The CCRP has the potential to serve as a vital lifeline for young people, offering the support and resources necessary to navigate these challenges effectively. I would also just love to add that I agree with the task force and that I'd like to see this program housed into an existing department so that the city can ensure long-term support and long-term funding as well. In closing, I want to express my profound appreciation for the rigorous work done over the last few years in shaping this program into something very substantive in scope. The dedicated service of the City Council, alongside the Urban Strategies Council, in this project illustrates a significant step towards creating a brighter, safer, and more inclusive Richmond for all, including its youth. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jocelyn Hernandez.
Hi, my name is Jocelyn, a Richmond resident and Kennedy High student. First, I would like to thank City Council and the Mayor for allocating money to the CCRP. I am here today to voice my support for the implementation of the Community Crisis Response Program for the City of Richmond. Our city wants comfort and care, someone they can trust, not fear. I feel that by having different responders who understand and can sympathize with our community's experiences, we'll build that sense of safety that our community needs. I believe that the police should not be responding to all 911 calls, such as those involving mental health crisis, substance abuse, and all other nonviolent calls. Police lack the training on de-escalating these situations and are not adequately equipped to respond to these type of calls. CCRP will provide the community with direct resources and potentially long-term solutions that will help meet the safety needs of the community. As a youth, I know police do not equate safety, which is why I am advocating for CCRP to be our system of safety and care. Thank you.
The next speaker is Karina Salmaron.
Hello everyone, my name is Karina Salmaron. I am a youth Richmond resident, and I will be going over the support letter created by Reimagine Richmond and its supporters. To the Richmond Mayor and City Council, Reimagine Richmond and its residents have put countless hours into researching and developing health-centered and equity-focused systems of care that promote community safety, such as the Community Crisis Response Program. And now is the time to move, initially with the community at the helm. CCRP, housed within a city department to demonstrate Richmond's commitment to the community's well-being, will provide a different model. It will reduce the over-reliance on police by offering a non-police crisis response team to respond to low-level calls, including mental health and other non-violent incidents. Through this program, Richmond has the opportunity to move away from the failed mass criminalization and has inflicted harm on so many residents, particularly Black and brown residents. It could create a system of care by responding holistically and humanely to crises that are currently being aggravated by a policing system. Unfortunately, the report provided by Matrix Consulting does the exact opposite and doubles down on antiquated, racist policing systems. Matrix Consulting has called for an increase of 70 new police officers without a budgetary analysis that potentially costs the city at least $15 million per year. Despite its lack of budgetary and comprehensive 911 analysis, the Richmond Department and the Richmond Police Officers Association are utilizing the report to call for more officers. This is harmful to the community because it's based on fear, not rational, especially as Richmond is an all-time low in crime rates. I would like to acknowledge the supporters that have supported this letter, which is Reimagine Richmond, Ensuring Opportunity, Progressive Richmond Progressive Alliance, Healthy Contra Costa, Centro Legal de la Raza, and Contra Costa Immigrant Rights Alliance, and Oasis Legal Services. Thank you.
Thank you. The next group of speakers are Angela Aranda, Yaimi Perez, Carol Johnson, Michael Blixen, and Jane Corrant. Angela?
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Angela. I am a Richmond resident. I grew up here as a youth in a single-parent household with a parent that suffered from substance use disorder, and I feel if a community crisis response program was around back then when I needed most, the police wouldn't be so involved in how my family worked, and it would have been more about rehabilitation as opposed to incarceration or institutionalization. I feel like the police are there to protect on violent and dangerous calls, but then there's helping professionals that are there to provide helping models to our community members that need it most. The crime rates are low, which kind of puts a more highlight on how other things are the problem, and it's the community members needing these resources that police officers, for one, they shouldn't have to deal with their time to provide those or find those resources for them. That's what, and then there's Contra Costa College. I'm a graduate of the SPIRIT program, the Service Provider Individualized Recovery Intensive Training Program. They train us on a lot of different aspects of what they proposed in the proposal for their responders. I'm trained, and there's a lot of people with lived experience that our community members can connect with better than the police can. I just feel like we can get further and help our community members more by meeting people where they're at with people that are like them. Yeah, thank you.
Yaimi Perez?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Yemi Perez. I'm a Richmond resident and I'm a Reimagine Richmond organizer. I would like to start by thanking the City Council and the Mayor for allocating $1 million to the Community Crisis Program. This is a strong step for our community to ensure that we are prioritizing our community safety needs. This program will provide an opportunity to navigate people to the right services at the right time by utilizing community responders with strong ties and connections to Richmond. Reimagine Richmond has been conducting community workshops that evaluate crisis response options. We've heard from our residents who have overwhelmingly favored using non-police personnel for a wide variety of incidents that are typically assigned to RPD. We hear time after time when we ask our community, when they think of safety, what do they think of? And a lot of the times it never goes down to the police. They never think of the police. Rather, they think of fear when they think of the police. It is time to shift into systems of care and not criminalization. Our Black and brown communities have been harmed by the criminalization system for far too long. I also want to uplift our undocumented communities who are a big part of the Richmond community, but unfortunately have lived in fear of the police and deserve better systems that make them feel safe, and they have options to call when there's moments of crisis. This program will not only improve the health and well-being of our community, but it will also allow it to heal from the racist impacts of policing and incarceration. We please ask that the CCRP be housed under an already existing city department. Richmond deserves a community-driven approach to public safety. We appreciate all the efforts, and we are here in community asking you to please consider the safety for all of Richmond, not just a few. Thank you very much.
Carol Johnson?
Can you hear me? So I agree with 99% of the comments made in support of the CCRP, and there's no reason why it wouldn't work in Richmond because it has worked in several cities across the country, and as long as it has the ability to get the grants and sustainable funding, and it is an excellent idea to get train people from Contra Costa College, the Spirit program, rather than UC Berkeley. Thank you.
Michael Glixon. Michael Glixon. Jane Currant. Jane Currant. All right, now we will move over to our Zoom speakers. Jasar, can you please call the speakers?
Yes, I have 6 speakers. I have Benjamin Terrio, Marisol Cantu, Petronilla Fernandez, Sahai Burrows, Lisa Johnson, and Sarah Cantor. Benjamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, awesome. My name is Ben Terrio. I'm the president of the Richmond Police Officers Association. I'm also a member of the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. I'm here to speak of my thoughts in that capacity. Many of us in law enforcement have long since thought it was time to not be the catch-all for everything that our community and society needs. However, even if you listen to the presentation, you can see that it's going to be a lot more complex than many people are purporting it this type of program to be, and that's okay. Many of the things that have been compared to, like Cahoots, for example, is far more aligned in with A3 and H3 than it is in this particular program. There are stand-up programs like Antioch in the state of California or in Oakland, but most of them are just getting off the ground, so this is fairly new. It's very important to understand that, because to keep people's expectations in a place where they can be reasonably managed. This program like this will take time, and if you think and look at a successful program like Cahoots, you'll see that they've actually worked well with police over the years, and say partnership is essential. Many of folks who have put some of this thing forward still have this idea that defunding the police is a necessary component for success. That's just not the case. Limiting the role of police in certain social service providing is probably a good idea, but partnership with the police is something that has always been essential for these type of models to be successful. To quote David Zeiss, the program Cahoots, one of the co-founders, partnership with the police has always been essential to our model. I don't have a coherent vision of society that has no police force. Again, that's coming from a co-founder of that model that's over 30 years old. I think there's a new and exciting, challenging things that will come with this, but at the same time, it's important that
Time
the
has
police
expired.
department works together.
The next speaker is Marisol Cantu. Marisol, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. I'm a 3rd generation Richmond resident, also with the 4th generation, who is 2 years old, living in Richmond. I come to this meeting with the spirit of my baby brother, who was lost to a drunk driver at the age of 21, and my cousin, who was lost to the school to prison pipeline and killed by gun violence by the age of 21 as well. I share my story on how critical a community crisis response program is, and I'll emphasize the community in this program. This program was initiated in the community, brought forth by the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force, although that often is forgotten, and approved by a city council, voted for by the community. And there are multiple elements of the CCRP that were advocated by the community and part of the original proposal, including mental health and substance use calls, training on the history of mass criminalization and the history of Richmond, a community care liaison to connect with other service providers in an ongoing way, other CBOs, and to follow up with participants who interfaced with the response team for a more preventative approach to safety. Another element was an alternative phone number, not through RPD, but possibly directly to a different dispatch on the CCRP team or the dispatcher or the responders themselves. It also shared the law enforcement engagement, and that law enforcement engagement was specific to if a person is in crisis, if someone is actively brandishing a weapon towards program staff, and if program staff have exhausted all available de-escalation methods and still fear for their safety.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Petronila Fernandez. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Richmond City Manager, representative community member and staff. My name is Petronila Fernandez. I am member of the community. First, I want to thank you, the City Council Mayor, for allocating money to the Community Crisis Response Program, CCRP. This will be a community-driven model to reduce over-reliance on police when responding to the low-level calls, including mental health and other non-violent incidents. By establishing CCRP, the city will utilize community responders with strong connections to Richmond and the explanation training to respond in a holistic, non-stigmatizing manner. This will improve the health and well-being of our community by dispatching community response to the 911 calls. Our community knows that police do not equal safety, which is why we need an alternative response program. By prioritizing care over criminalization, CCRP will help the community recover from the racist impact of policing and incarceration. I remain steadfast in advocating for CCRP to be housed under an exciting city department that aligns with its values and mission. Persisting the CCRP is an arm of the city rather than outsourcing to a no-profit and order outside party will demonstrate Richmond's commitment to a community-driven approach to the public safety. Please invest in the Community Crisis Response Program to create a system community safer for all and not for a few individuals. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sahai Burrows. Sahai, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. My name is Sahai Burrows, and I'm a Richmond resident and an associate professor of public health at Toro University, California, in neighboring Solano County. I'd like to voice my enthusiastic support for the City of Richmond's planned Community Crisis Response Program, and I'd like to encourage you to continue to invest in this program. I encourage you to house the CCRP within an existing city department to make it genuinely sustainable and accountable to the public. In my global health work, I've repeatedly seen promising interventions that were run by nonprofit organizations wither and fade after an initial bloom because they lacked community ownership, they lacked accountability, and they were poorly integrated into other public services. We can't take this risk with such a vital program. Richmond has a proud history of innovation in violence prevention programs, and I would suggest integrating with these existing programs rather than creating new duplicative parallel structures. As a public health professional, I also believe that this program has a potential health impact. Having a mechanism that can help people avoid violent confrontations with the police, can avoid the risk of trauma and long-term mental health damage that can result from these interactions. Could also have an indirect health benefit by making residents more likely to seek help in a crisis, either for themselves or for others. As a Richmond taxpayer, I note that 2 out of every 5 911 calls are not life-threatening, and it's incredibly wasteful and efficient to use public funds for these non-threatening calls. We should not only care about cost, but also about cost effectiveness. Are the responders who we're paying for meeting our needs? I don't think they are. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff.
I support a vision for helping ensure the public health and safety of everyone. There are still many critical questions that haven't been answered adequately, and in certain cases, their answers have only led to more questions and legitimate concerns. One critical question that staff and the council hasn't even touched upon tonight is how the city council is planning to fund this program after the $1 million is spent, which isn't even enough to cover a 6-month pilot program, let alone a 2-year pilot program. Until the council addresses this question, you aren't being honest with the public. The public was repeatedly assured that this program would not be redundant to the county's A3 program, which is already funded by Measure X. The CCRP appeared to many to be redundant to the A3 Tier 3 program, and a list of potential dispatch calls were created that the CCRP could respond to that RPD currently addresses. This includes family relationship disputes, neighbor conflicts, trespassing, and noise complaints. This has been done to try and show that this team would be different from A3, who responds to mental health calls. But what is actually happening here is a goal by some to further defund and decrease RPD, which is the polar opposite to what a majority of the community wants and what the Matrix Consulting Group reported out. The two should not be mutually exclusive, and the community wants both programs and for both to be adequately staffed and funded. Based on the proposed staffing, there would be only 2 teams on any given shift. How can you realistically expect these teams to respond any faster than 9 beat cops distributed throughout 52 square miles that Richmond covers, and who are legally allowed to drive through this city with sirens and lights, especially since the claim is that there are numerous calls at any given time for the CCRP to respond to? Please be honest with the public and measure everybody's expectations accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sarah C. Sarah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Sarah Cantor. I am a Richmond resident. I am calling in support of the CCRP and specifically, well, I'm just really excited to hear, other than, you know, the last speaker and I think one other speaker, just how excited everybody is for this program and how much community support there is for this program. It seems like we're all agreed that this is something that our community needs. It's vital. And the big points that I want to hit on are that we need to move forward with the program as, you know, quickly as is reasonably possible. Make sure that it is within the city. Really lift up the importance of the community advisory group. I really appreciated Ann Jenk's comments about the importance of not only creating that group, but continuing to have that group drive the program and really be an important part of the integration of it. And that there be a number that does not route to emergency dispatch, that people are able to call to access the program so that folks have the ability to call the CCRP without having the police show up unexpectedly. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Thank you. That closes the, yes, Councilmember Jimenez? No? Okay, that closes the public discussion. Now it's time for comments from the council members.
So thank you, everybody. I think this is very exciting, as I said before. We had here an important program that had helped to reduce gun violence in the city. It's so important that at this year, we heard from the city manager that we have 4 homicides. Not saying that is little, like 1 is too much, and we need to go to 0. But I heard from in the Community Police Review Commission that at this time last year, we have 18. So something that we are doing is going well. in terms of reducing homicides and gun violence. And it has been because the city has been bold to create new programs. And I'm glad and I want to thank the leadership of the Vice Mayor McLaughlin to really champion that. Now we are championing this because we believe that alternatives to police in many situations are needed. And we believe that a system of care that really look at the needs of people and really is serving the community in the different call for services that people are asking us, so we can really make sure that our police is being work in what they are called to do. We are not saying here that we don't need the police, but that we need alternatives, because everything, we have over 220 different calls for services for just one department to answer. And if I said to the public work, you had 220 different tasks or different jobs to do right now at a given time, people will say that is crazy, and we start to divide the work in different areas of expertise. So what we are trying to do here is to see how we can divide the work in different areas of expertise so our community is better served. And we can improve some of the time response. And maybe eventually what we can say is that because the community, like one of the things that is important is how people know each other, that eventually is so well done that we intervene before even the 911, the emergency happened. So I would like to make a motion that we direct staff in partnership with Urban Strategy Council to move forward with Auction 2, putting community crisis response program within an existing city department, specifically with ONS, due to the knowledge and expertise that they have. Bring ONS director to the table to propose new community crisis response program division structure auctions. By November 2023, present a proposal for program design, implementation plan, and timelines for launch by August 2024. Draft job description to ensure they are approved and posted publicly by December 15, 2023.
I will second it with a request for a friendly amendment.
Sure.
Okay, my friendly amendment is to have the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force develop a proposal for the structure of the Community Advisory Board, including purpose, powers, and composition. So it's to have staff work with the task force to develop this structure.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we have a first and a second, but we still have discussion. Do people have comments?
I don't have comments.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I don't think if we are ready to make a decision out of those 5 options, especially with and specifically with regards to the budgetary issues, whether we want to work with the county. I understand that county's A3 program is going to have a presentation on September 26th, so I would like to urge my colleagues to wait until we have that presentation. They are receiving $20 million per year from just Measure X, and then they're going to receive money from Medi-Cal. We want to have a successful program so we don't have to rush into it. And there are many other details that need to be set forth. And I have a comment along this program. I think to make it successful, it pays off to invest in our neighborhoods and promote block captains and promote communication between neighbors, block captains for public safety issues, for knowing the neighbors, helping each other and everything. So I hope that in the future we can discuss more details about neighborhood councils and block captains. But for now, I don't think if we're ready for this, and I urge my colleagues to please, let's go for a successful program. Let's not rush into it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have a quick comment. So I think this, I love the idea of it being combined or somehow worked as a sister organization with ONS. I don't think Sam Vaughn needs to oversee it because he's got his hands full, but it could definitely be like a sister organization. One deals with gun violence prevention, the other deals with mental health response and other responses needed for that police are not needed for. So I think that is really good. And looking back at how ONS moved forward, one of the first things that my proposal was to direct the city manager to hire a director. Now, I think in this case, we're talking about a program manager. So I think that could be a first step, and then the other hirings could come later. But until we get some traction on this, it's been 2 years, so I'm ready to move forward and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to just touch base on a little bit of one of the questions that came up in one of the public comments. Do you know what the difference are between this program that we're potentially creating here today and A3? What are some of the commonalities? What are some of the differences, opportunities?
I mean, we've had conversations with A3, and your staff continue to engage with the county. There's not very much overlap at all in terms of the types of calls that that is being considered for CCRP initially to respond to, and the calls that A3 responds to. This is, I mean, like, these are conversations with A3. They'll tell you the same thing when they come here. And the calls that they're responding to, even within their 3-tiered system, with that third tier is the one that I think the questions that I saw were reflecting, where it was not including a clinician on the team that was responding. There's still very separate, distinct calls. They tend to be people within the county that the county mental health is already familiar with or who have diagnosis. They're fairly distinct sets of calls.
And if I understand correctly, the A3 is based out of Martinez. So if a call comes from Richmond, they have to travel from there to here. There's no Richmond office yet?
That is currently the case, but I believe their plan is as they get more teams, that they plan to be able to mobilize from different communities based on data. But they will be able to confirm that when they come. But that is my current understanding. Right now, yes, out of Martinez, but I don't believe that is how they plan on mobilizing in the future.
Thank you. And then when this program is up and running and A3 is up and running in Richmond as well, because you're saying based on data, they might come to Richmond, or will they just kind of skip us over saying, you guys got it, you don't need us there, or are we going to have both here?
I would hope we could have both here. I don't know. I'm not the county. I'm not making decisions in terms of where they mobilize, and I'm sure it'll be part, the conversation will have to be had with city councils and city managers about, is there space in a city? Does the data determine that a team needs to be mobilized from that city? I don't know that we're there yet. I've seen some initial data, but they once again will be able to, I think these are really great questions for the Contra Costa County team, and I don't want to speak for them, but I definitely can see, and I have said on my own, that if they need space, I think we could find it if they wanted to mobilize out of Richmond, because right now I think the data is showing that we might have the third highest calls or responses for A3 for mental health calls in the county right now. And so I would assume that because of that and our population size, that I would assume or hope that we would be open to housing a team from A3 here in Richmond if that was a possibility from Contra Costa County, but we would bring that forward to the council if that was so.
Thank you. And then my last question, can we continue coordinating with the county's other programs, A3, all the others, as this program gets up and going and as it continues, right, that we're not just going to say, nope, we don't need you, or
We
it's a
definitely
pilot,
will.
so I want to make sure that it works right and that we come together as much as possible. And if the county's providing us more people, that we have focus somewhere else.
That is
So-
definitely the plan. We want to be at the table. We're at the table. We call them, whether it's regarding A3 or H3 or core, I think we have good relationships with county staff. And so we have been very clear, and we understand that the Measure X dollars are to implement an A3 program countywide, regardless if a city has a supplemental program. So Antioch has a supplemental program. Antioch is still going to get services from A3. The same thing with the city of Richmond. So we are continuing to have our conversations. I give updates every month that I meet with A3 about what's happening in Richmond and where we are. So they're excited to continue to collaborate with us to make sure we are not duplicating services, but that we are really working hand in hand to serve our community.
Perfect. Thank you. No more questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I would like to say that redundancy is actually necessary. If we just have one program, we still don't have enough services. We need services from as many different sources as possible in order to serve our community. In fact, every community in Contra Costa County needs redundancy in their services for us to serve our population the way they deserve to be served. So with that, okay, go ahead.
I'll be really fast. So I just wanted to really applaud the young people who showed up tonight and shared your stories. It was really inspiring and visionary, to see you come up, share those stories, and really have a visionary outlook for the city of Richmond. I think that's the kind of energy we really need to come up with the uncommon solutions that the future of this city and the future of the people in the city really need. So I really thank you for being here. You do not have to be here this late. And I appreciate you.
Mayor Martinez, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
So I understand from the conversation the direction the council is heading. I do want to just flag that it would be helpful for us to meet and confer to implement the program as requested once the council votes on it. So I just wanted to flag that needs to be a step in the administrative process. So that way the unions and the bargaining units know that that's our intent to do that, to implement the council's vision, but that we will be required to meet and confer regarding all the job descriptions and all of that.
Okay, it's understood that meet and confer is part of the process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Bonner?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bonner voting no and Councilmember Willis absent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You to staff and consultants.
Thank you all.
Thanks to everyone, and especially the community who came out and supported your vision and making your vision ours. Thank you. We have 10 minutes before we need to ask for more time. Can we do that now and see the next item? Or do we need to wait until 11 before we go through that process?
I think you could do it early.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I move we extend till 11:30.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second to extend.
Mayor, may I just to clarify, if we, because we tend to talk a lot, if we're not done, are we just going to be done in the middle of the presentation? Are we going to put time limits on everyone?
Let's vote to 11:30, and if we need more, we vote at that time.
I'm not going to stay past 11:30.
All right,
People can
well then-
leave.
Okay, let's move on to the next item. Can you call the next item?
Well, can we vote on the,
Oh,
to extend?
I
Yeah.
want to make a comment before.
Yes,
I received several tests saying that people wanted to make comments on the past item, but their hands were lower down. So I want just to apologize to them because they had been waiting and waiting, and I don't know what happened, but we need to make sure that people who had their raised hand can speak. Thank you.
Yes, we definitely don't lower any hands unless they might
okay.
have done it.
Roll call for extended time.
Okay, so Councilmember Bana? Yes. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Now we can move on to the next item.
The next item is Y2, receive a report from Matrix Consulting Group regarding their emergency services data analysis.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nikki Mastay, Deputy City Manager. Tonight, you will receive a report from Matrix Consulting Group regarding their emergency services data analysis. The objective of the study was to produce a comprehensive assessment of the types of emergencies that residents report and our city's responses to the emergency calls for services to determine where the resources are needed and to help our city improve service delivery. Matrix interviewed key personnel such as dispatch, fire, and police employees to develop an understanding of each department, including the organization, structure, and staffing. Matrix conducted interviews at all levels, including managers, supervisors, and line staff. Community meetings were also held so that the community could provide feedback and input on emergency services in Richmond, police, and fire. Matrix held open community forums and attended meetings with various community groups, including Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, the West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council, Reimagine Richmond, Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council, and Richmond Neighbors for Safer Communities. And I'll turn it over to Richard Brady of Matrix Consulting for his presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, and thank you, Ms. Mastay, for that introduction. You have taken away one of my slides here, but I appreciate that you gave a great introduction to the project. If I can get the PowerPoint that we developed put up on the screen. So what I propose to give in the interest of time is a high-level summary of the study and what we have come up with to make sure we've got enough time to answer your questions there. So first slide, please. So again, as Nikki mentioned, this was commissioned as an emergency services data analysis. So the purpose was to evaluate police and fire workflows and service delivery with twofold objectives. One is to evaluate what the resource needs are, the staffing needs are, to meet accepted workload levels for staffing and public safety functions, but also to maximize efficiency in doing that in terms of how operations are managed, but also to look at alternatives to existing services. And this will build on some of what we've been listening to in the last hour or so. So it was a thorough process, as was just mentioned, with interviews within the department, very extensive interviews, scores of interviews, community input through community meetings, but extensive data analysis and data collection, as you saw in the report that we'll be reviewing, leading to evaluation of service delivery analysis and resource needs and options. Throughout the process, we collaborated with both the police and fire departments, as well as with a team that was mostly represented from the city manager's office. So next slide, please. We're going to talk first of all about police. And when people think about police, they mostly think about field services and patrol. And I want to make clear at the outset what our objectives were in this. The key to analyzing field services and patrol is to evaluate the balance between their reactive time, which is responding to requests for service from the community, and their more proactive time in terms of how they interact with the community, support the community, problem solve with the community, et cetera. And these two concepts are very important. But there needs to be a balance that in our research and the research of other research organizations tends to find that in order to be effective as defined by having enough time to be involved with the community at all, to problem solve with them, but also to have an impact on response times, to avoid things like stacking calls for service, especially lower priority calls for service, but also impacting officer morale, that they need to have something like 40% of their time to be proactive. So the two work together really importantly, but in order to be effective, the response, the proactive time is greatly important, because otherwise patrol officers are spending most of their time responding to things that happened 5 or 10 or 20 minutes ago, rather than trying to prevent crime and working with the community on various kinds of problems. Next slide. This is a really key finding that we had within the police department's data. And this is averaging over 3 years of data that we looked at. At current staffing levels, proactivity is not adequate. While at 30%, it may not seem all that far from a 40% target. As you can see from that chart to the left, that during the times of the day when people are awake, needing help, or causing problems, there's no proactive time at all. Many hours have minus proactive time, which means that they are stacking calls and impacting especially lower priority calls, sometimes half an hour to an hour for a response. And so that 30% is illusory. Most of that time occurs very early morning hours, when there's really not that much proactivity that can be usefully used by patrol officers, because most people are asleep. So those are the only hours where that's a factor. So vacancies have clearly been a factor for this. We have looked at redeployment of officers, especially by looking at using officers in the hours, small hours of the morning, when proactivity is in excessive levels, to redeploy them in other hours. You can't do that too much, because there are officer safety, there are needs when there are concurrent calls that need to be taken into consideration. So you could really only have a very minor impact on that. So in order to achieve those objectives of raising proactive time to a level where officers can have some relief time, can work with the community, can positively impact response times, requires additional personnel on the order of 13 additional officers in patrol, which would get them to 68. Next slide, please. So we too looked at alternative response, and it's important to recognize, and I think in the last few years, certainly since President Obama's Commission on 21st Century Policing, and with everything that happened after the death of George Floyd, most communities are looking at alternative response. Alternative response needs to look at, as important as it is, needs to look at more mental health, behavioral, and other crisis calls for service. Looking at alternative ways of responding to lower priority calls for service is critical as well. So we looked at both of those. So we thoroughly examined the computer-aided dispatch and records management systems. And as you'll see in the report, did an extensive analysis based on the characteristics of those calls in Richmond, how they compare to other communities that we work with, many of which are in the Bay Area. So some similarities in terms of service environment, and found that you could have a program where as much as 12% of the calls for service, lower priority calls for service, be handled by community service officers, police technicians, non-sworn paraprofessionals who are handling like fender benders, quality of life types of situations, quasi code enforcement types of situations, minor crimes where there's no suspect, no leads, no witnesses. Many communities in the Bay Area and across the country have focused on this alternative form of response with great success. It creates a feeder program for future police officers. It saves the training and the expense of police officers to handle the kinds of work that they're trained to do. So that's the first thing we looked at. And in Richmond, that could support 8 civilian staff who are mostly working days and early evening hours. But a co-response model was also looked at for mental health and other crisis calls for service. And we took a more conservative pilot approach in terms of looking at the types of calls that would warrant an alternative response involving some kind of clinician with an emergency medical technician, non-law enforcement type of response, 2 teams of 4 personnel, again, working the same kind of hours and not 24/7. We feel that about 4 or 5% of the calls for service could easily be diverted to this type of response. Together, you would have about 18 or 20% of the calls that would be initially handled by these 2 kinds of alternative approaches. And that is kind of a midpoint from what we've seen in other Bay Area communities and more aggressive communities across the country. You could go higher, but this is going to take time to get the community on board, to get policies and staff in place, to get emergency communications and the triaging that needs to happen before this can be effectively realized. Next slide. There are many needs elsewhere in the department, notably in investigations. While major crime levels have fallen in the last few years, caseloads are up. And they're up because the nature of investigative workload has changed pretty dramatically over the last few years, with the explosion of digital evidence through cell phones and public and private video sources, license plate readers, and other forms of technology. The evidence that investigators have to work with is much more extensive. And as a result, investigative workloads require more complicated kinds of staff. We looked at civilianizing investigative support, civilianizing crime scene investigations, importantly creating a crime analysis unit that would support both investigations as well as patrol. And but that would take a lot of people to be able to meet those best practices for caseload targets and for investigative support, as many as 34 personnel in a mix of sworn and non-sworn capacities. Next slide, please. There are other opportunities to look at as well. There are almost no special enforcement capabilities outside of a nominal traffic enforcement unit. Realizing that in both field services and in investigative services, that it's more complex than just handling calls and handling cases, that dedicated proactive emphases need, whether it's traffic, narcotics enforcement, et cetera. Training needs to be enhanced to be more community-centric, so that everything that we're talking about here in terms of proactivity and working with the community in a problem-solving way needs to be supported through policy, through first-line supervision, through leadership, and especially through training. Clearly, given the magnitude of vacant positions, more aggressive and more innovative recruiting efforts need to be implemented, including things like quicker decisions in terms of earlier conditional office offers, do more local hiring, look at mentoring and looking at enhancing a cadet program. There are lots of ideas that you can have to bolster recruitment and retention that are apart from just looking at compensation. looking at fire, similar issues exist with fire suppressions, that is their field services, ability to meet established performance standards. And unlike police, there are in urban and non-urban scenarios, time and motion engineering kinds of standards that have been developed by the National Fire Protection Association and others that looked at how effective responding units can be in different time parameters. And in something like looking at averaging all emergency calls for both fires and emergency medical services, that the benchmark of 4 minutes for a travel time cannot be met and has not been met the last 5 years within the city of Richmond. Typically, you are 6 minutes or more. Next page. This map graphically shows your ability to meet something that's between that national standard and where you are right now in terms of your ability to respond. And you can see in the green area here, your ability to meet roughly a 5.5 minute response time that can only be met through, first of all, mutual aid, and then getting into the next slide, through very high levels of overtime. As you can see, in the last year that we looked at, where we have complete data, which is 2021, you use 54,000 hours just to meet minimum staffing levels, with other overtime, 57,000, which is the equivalent of like 30 people or something like that. It's an incredibly high use of overtime that you need to do in order to meet minimum staffing levels to staff the units that you've got in the stations that you have deployed. Next slide. So in some of the recommendations we made in terms of emergency operations is establish some performance goals for the various elements of response time that include what's called the turnout time, which is the elapsed time between the notification of the call at the station and the units going out the door, and the travel time. You're not meeting either of those, and there are standards for all of those for both fires and emergency medical calls. So monitor those times by station and by unit and report on it monthly. Staffing levels will need to be increased to reduce excessive overtime. And that's about 20 positions, I think, within the report. Next slide, please. Emergency communications. Now, this has been several times tonight as well. And here too, largely because of staffing levels, you're not able to meet emergency call processing times for fire and EMS calls of having within 90% of the time collecting the information and dispatching a unit within about a minute. So first of all, it's not easy to get that data. We don't feel the data is very accurate either, but you're certainly not meeting it. And I think consistent with some of the conversation that's been going on here tonight that I've been listening to, fully implementing emergency medical dispatching, which in its more modern and expanded forms, assist in the identification of crisis, behavioral, and mental health kinds of response situations, so that you are triaging the appropriate response, whether it's the alternative response kind of unit that you've been talking about tonight, or different kind of response from fire and ambulance units. So having an emergency medical dispatch system is the kind of information that you need to utilize to be able to do that. So again, filling vacant positions and increasing staffing to 21 dispatchers and 4 supervisors is what it would take. And they're about, when we last worked with you earlier this year, it was down pretty significantly from those levels. Next slide. So total fire service opportunities need to develop strategies to increase on-duty staffing, which includes return to work policies, controlling overtime, improving dispatch utilization, using cross-staff quick response units that are staffed with fewer personnel to handle the lower priority medical calls and non-fire kinds of calls that are handled, filling vacant positions, hiring civilian staff to work as a fire adaptive community coordinator for urban wildland interface to help create defensible space in urbanized areas that are close to fire-prone wildland areas and open space, and hire a civilian public education officer. Next slide. So overall conclusions, current staffing in both the police department and in the fire department are not sufficient to meet service demands and the needs of the community, as was expressed in the various community meetings we had, as well as in our assessment of how you compare to prevailing or emerging practices in supporting a community and problem solving. So the issue is made worse by position vacancies in both police and fire. There are many opportunities for civilianization throughout the organization, and those should be supported as well. Clearly, if you take all these recommendations together, while we weren't asked to entertain costs, these are very costly recommendations. And so they would need to be prioritized and strategized over a longer period of time, and would probably require external funding to be able to realize those. There are some priority ones, the alternative response in both forms and other forms of civilianization are high priorities, but field services, the core of both police and fire, is important too. So with that, that was a fast, high-level summary of our report. I'd like to answer any questions that you have.
Yes, I want to thank you for the extra time that you put into fleshing out more options. I know in the original report there was no alternative responses mentioned, but you did have it in this presentation, and it's much appreciated that you've taken extra time to include that. I kind of wish that it had been in the original report with more information to flesh out your ideas around the alternative response, but thank you so much. So do we have any, Councilmember Abana?
Thank you. Thank you for the report and a great work. I appreciate it. I'm curious, just out of curiosity, did you look at the number of needed police officers and firefighters in case of a natural disaster or public emergency like earthquake or wildfire? Because as you know, by the state law, it's the police officers that are in charge of evacuation. Did you look at the numbers for regular condition or emergency conditions as well?
Well, no agency can staff for a natural disaster. Any of those things, whether it's fires or earthquakes, tsunamis, you can't staff for a once in a lifetime or multiple lifetimes kinds of scenarios. Many of these kinds of things like wildfire are clearly getting worse over time. But in any of those kinds of situations, it's an all hands on deck kind of situation in which off-duty people, command staff, other agencies are working together to help you meet your needs, depending on what that is. So importantly, you need the emergency management plan in place. You need to have the training and support of that plan, and the knowledge of where people are going to come from and how they're going to get there, depending on what that scenario is.
Thank you. And, you know, when you receive just because I'm a realtor, when you receive a termite report, there's section 1, section 2, section 3, you know, most urgent things that need to be done, better to address it, and then no rush on section 3. Is there such a section 1, 2, 3 under recommendations you have?
We did not prioritize them in the report.
Okay. And I have a question about the turnout time, and you say that we need 21 dispatchers. So you saw the report that we are doing some alternative civilian, system of operation we're going to have in place hopefully soon. With that in mind, so how many additional police officers and also dispatchers we need?
Compared to current authorized staffing, you need an additional 13 police officers, but also additional detectives and other types of staff. On the dispatcher side,
Okay, is that because the mayor mentioned a revised report? Is that the same table you sent and it's on the report, or is it a different one?
well, actually, the report the mayor mentioned, it was a little different as well. We did an initial analysis of what we called resource needs for both police and fire, which looked at for the existing services that they were providing, an initial look at what the staffing levels were. And it's before we looked at alternative response and things like that. So the table that is in the executive summary for both the police and fire department reports were created for this report, not the previous ones.
So the one that is on the website, that's the new one or the old one? I'm confused.
No, it's the new one.
The new one. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And you talked about civilians and fire. Would they be like inspectors, basically?
We looked at support for the working with the community on the urban wildland interface and for fire prevention, yes, and public education.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to ask the city manager if there are any plans to increase the number of dispatchers and reduce the turnout time?
We have been actively recruiting for those positions, and I can email the city council an update on those vacancies and the number of staff that we have been able to hire, but we have been actively filling those.
Okay, yeah, I would appreciate it if you provide specific information when we're going to have more number of dispatchers and what the turnout time would be, because according to the report, 1 minute delay could cause disaster. So that's very important for us to know.
Yes, and I appreciate the city council did approve increases for those positions, so I think it's enabled us to better recruit.
Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it.
We've gotten another report from people on Zoom that it's difficult to hear the person who is representing Matrix.
I will speak up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. One question is, this report is proposing a significant increase in the police force. What is the budget and how much that will cost?
Well, we had the luxury in our scope of work of just establishing what the need was. And so we did not calculate in this report the amount of resources, but it's over $10 million per year.
That was part of the scope, right? To put we can, I think like one thing that I just see as a flaw is that we cannot have professional presentation like that where is significant increase in the two major, the staffing that costs most to the city without showing to the city council the impact and the budget. So you say over $10 million. And so do you have a better sense of how much will be in your proposal, especially in the
No,
police
again, our scope of work was to look at to look at the data and to establish what the need was for personnel And again, this study went now in its second year. And so it was a data analysis on need and positions.
So in that sense about the data analysis, one thing that I also didn't see here is the list of the type of 911 calls and what the type of action, for instance, the Richmond police officers do when they respond to all calls. As we heard in the other presentation, there are many of calls that this report didn't mention that the other report mentioned. So I don't see a complete list of all the type of calls that we have.
Well, the complete list would run 20 or 30 pages because they have a very detailed categorization of calls, which they need to do. So we group them into the categories that you saw in the report, but we did categorize all of the calls for various purposes, both to look at the prioritization of calls for patrol, as well as to look at the potential for alternative response for the low priority calls for service, which we went to great length to define what that would be, as well as for the alternative response for mental and behavioral health and crisis situations.
Okay. Can you give me an example of P4 type of calls?
Of
And what is the actions of the Richmond police officer in this kind of response?
Well, we looked at the response times and the handling times for various types of calls at various places in the report, looked at whether there were arrests made or were reports written, where there was multiple units responding by type of call. So in the patrol chapter, there are graphs on probably every other page that describe that.
Okay. And I think I just want to have, like, my last question is, do you know the RPD clearance rates in 2020, 2020, or 2021?
Sure, we know clearance rates, but we don't report on those because they're not very reliable figures. So what we're looking at is what the workload is for each detective in terms of the cases they're handling by type, whether there are effective case management processes in place for making decisions about assigning or inactivating or doing something about a case. And so it's a process more than a result because clearance rates, again, aren't very reliable because unlike the incidents themselves, there is no standardized way of measuring it.
Yeah. So we had been doing a lot of effort to hire more police officers, but we still have some vacancies that we need to fill. How long, like if you mentioned here that we need more, how long do you think it will take for the city to fill all these vacancies plus the other staffing that you are recommending?
I have no idea. There are a lot of moving parts here. You also have headwinds because it's not just a Richmond problem. Every law enforcement agency in the Bay Area has vacant positions that they can't fill, which is why you have to employ whatever strategies you can to stand out from the crowd. And I gotta say, from our experience working with communities in California and across the country, that's not just pay, but it is pay to some extent, but it's also the type of department you are, your ability to promote within it, the type of work environment there is, things like that.
So we just approved the Community Crisis Response Program. How that will impact your report right now?
There will be co-response. There'll be some of the calls that will be your alternative response on their own. Some of those calls will be the police department on their own, and some of those calls will be joint response. I don't think the mental health alternative response will have a dramatic effect short term on law enforcement operations, depending on how many units you authorize. But the combination of those two elements together, the lower priority calls for service and the crisis response, could take your proactive time from like 30% to maybe 35 to 37%. So it would have a very good impact on police officers, patrol officers, available time to work with the community.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 minutes. I'm going to try to make this really quickly. Do you have any data on what happens to the body of a fire or police officers in regards to their health with lack of sleep, lack of, we're working them overtime. Every time I speak to someone, it's a never-ending shift. Do we have any data?
We don't have data from Richmond, but of course the national research on that supports the finding that it impacts their effectiveness, it impacts their morale, and it impacts their retention rates by excessive use of overtime. And I think that the other part of the research that is worth bearing in mind is that there's a generational impact as well, that younger employers, millennials, and Generation Z aren't as interested in overtime as previous generations were. So it's harder to get people to fill overtime slots.
Thank you. The other question is in regards to the numbers you're providing, are they more of an average? Because looking at Richmond's statistics, just in the past couple of years, right, the numbers have gone up and down. And I know this report is from 2019 to 2021. And with COVID right in there, I want to make sure, are the numbers skewed a little bit because of COVID? There was less crime. Potentially, the numbers could be skewed one way or the other. What are we looking at in terms of the numbers?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about the impact of COVID. And that is one significant difference between the first version of this report and the second version of the report. We were reminded that within our scope of work that we were asked to look at 3 years of data to look at trends that sort of average out, certainly 2020. So we looked at trends, but in terms of doing our analysis of what your need is, we focused on 2021, and that was the latest year for which we had complete data.
Okay, I would say 2021, it looks to be sort of an average in there between all the years. So thank you. Do you have any recommendations on creative ways to hire and recruit? You mentioned that as something that we should do. I'm not sure if you have something that we can.
Yeah, some of the things that I mentioned in my presentation are also in the report, about things like expediting the decision-making process, recruiting locally, looking at where you stand competitively in terms of compensation, different ways of promoting yourself, and those types of things.
I'm sorry, it is now 11:30. We appreciate your time and your presentation. Unless there is a move to suspend, suspend protocol?
So,
Suspend the rules?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask if there are any public speakers.
Well, we have no more time. We either have to suspend the rules
I
or.
know, but if we don't have public speakers, maybe that will make a difference in terms of whether we suspend the rules or not.
Yes, right now we have 4 Zoom speakers and 2 public, in-person speakers.
Okay, so I will make a motion to extend the meeting to hear from the public, because I don't think this is an action.
I
There's-
second that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and by Vice Mayor McLaughlin and a second by Councilmember Jimenez to suspend the rules and extend to listen to public comment. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Bana,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent. So I will call.
Public comment is open.
I'll call the in-person public speakers, which are Jamin Purcell and Ben Terrio. And at this time, if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand now to speak. Do not wait. As what happened earlier, some individuals waited until the last minute and weren't able to speak because public comment was over. So please sign up now if you know you would like to speak on this item. Thank you. Okay, Jamin?
So I would like to bring to your attention some critical concerns when I look at this report. The evidence is primarily focused on the desire of the police department for increased city funds rather than addressing the true needs of the community as per what I'm saying through it. Some of the issues that I saw was there wasn't a good understanding of their underlying data analysis, their methodologies, and really fleshing out their justifications for some of their assumptions that were made. As well, it seems like it's really not taking into account really any of the public safety things that we have been implementing here within the city of Richmond. And it seems to be approaching it in a very kind of generic way. But we're not a generic town. We have done a lot in the realm of public safety, a lot of new and innovative things in public safety. And I feel like that's not really authentic to our city. As well, I have a problem with something I read within the report. By Matrix's own admission, RPD has not made efficient use of the resources that has been provided. For example, according to Matrix, RPD, current allocation of staff between shift teams is extraordinarily inefficient in providing equitable service and consistent service levels. It's on page 4 and 8. And it seems to just not really be addressing what was asked. We were looking about, we wanted a fair assessment of what the police are giving us and the services provided, but I don't really feel like they're giving us good information on how to move forward with it. Just saying more police when we have police positions that are not being filled, and we are working on trying to fill those. We have dispatch that are working on being filled, but we're not there yet. And so we are, in the meantime, providing these other alternatives. And I feel like that really needs to be the center focus when we're talking about public safety, and we analyze this report. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ben Terrio.
Thank you. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. I heard a lot of grandstanding here tonight, and now it's my turn. First of all, it's 11:30, the usual police department at the bottom of the lineup every single time. No one cared about this report until it got pulled off of consent calendar from the previous meeting. Everyone was just going to let it go underneath and no big deal. Why? It's probably some people don't like what's in the report. That's it. I mean, no one cared. Now it's, oh, I don't like it. There's some things, some methodologies, some problems. No one cared. It had to be pulled off consent calendar to be talked about when it talks about two big portions of the city of Richmond. That's the fire department and the police department. I would like to thank Councilmember Doria Robertson for at least putting together a well thought out piece, analyzing the report, and putting that out there for the public. Thank you for that. This report asked for 41 additional police department personnel and 17 in fire. It shows that the devastating effect that council had on defunding in 2021 by sending good officers elsewhere because they weren't supported. The council was too silent in that time, as well as subsequent groups, and it led to potential layoffs float around as a possible and potential thing. That sent people going for other police departments, and now we have to rebuild all that. Rebuilding something that the chief of police, Officer Thomas, and myself were a part of, but the President of the United States said that this was a great police department in 2016, and that was demolished. We had everything in that report. We used to have that, and it got destroyed. So we can have alternative response. We can have lots of stuff. It's great. But we need to have a good police department. We need to have a good fire department. Don't bury these reports because you don't like what it says. Because it doesn't fit your agenda. So if you're watching this later on, ladies and gentlemen,
Your time has expired.
pay attention to what's going on. Thank you.
Tiswara, can you please call the Zoom speakers?
Yes, I have 5 speakers. I have Steve Bischoff, Marisol Cantu, Eli Moore, Emily Ross, and Lisa Johnson. Steve Bischoff, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I signed up to speak. I didn't intend to.
Okay. Did you want to speak or?
Well, I think this all raises some really interesting questions that need some further work, because we will have deficits, and some of it may be because of some of the move to defund police and stuff. But trying to sort some of this out a little bit more than we are right now, I think would be a really good idea. That's what I'd say.
Thank you. Next speaker is Marisol Cantu. Marisol, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Marisol Cantu, third generation Richmond resident, District 6 resident as well. First, I actually want to thank our city council members, McLaughlin and Vice Mayor McLaughlin and city council member Crowley Jimenez, because the intention of this report was a 911 data analysis. Unfortunately, Matrix has completely failed to create and give a 911 data analysis, in particular at a time where the Community Crisis Response Program is in dire need of a 911 analysis. They could not, Urban Strategies Council today could not answer critical questions about calls being diverted because of the lack of data provided by Matrix Consulting. Also to know, Ben Terrio is Richmond Police Officers Association president, and he is fighting for a report that is made up of pro-police consultants. They are all ex-cops. They have worked with members in the community and have shared that they are all ex-police officers or are affiliated with the criminalization system in general. Again, another failure of not necessarily the intention of this, but the execution of this report. And so I do urge council to look out for or try to get a 911 data analysis that can serve the community, to look at low-level calls that can be diverted. And unfortunately, we don't have that data, and a lot of funds were wasted because of a process that went to a consulting firm that was not aligned with the vision and values of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eli Moore. Eli, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thanks. All right. Hi, everybody. Eli Moore, Richmond resident. A couple comments on this report. The first thing is, it's not clear that this idea of proactive policing and the 40% of time towards proactive policing is based on any research at all. And that's the whole basis of their numbers for the recommended increase in police staffing. And they don't take into consideration that the police union just got a 20% raise. That is already a massive increase of spending that's coming towards the police. there's really no consideration at all of what would happen to the city if it did all this, hired all these additional police. What services would have to be cut? What needs couldn't be met in terms of street cleanup, in terms of youth programs, in terms of parks, in terms of youth employment, street improvements, traffic safety. I mean, there are many needs in this community, but it's very convenient to just take a completely oblivious stance towards all those needs and recommend this massive increase in policing based on this abstract concept of proactive policing that really sounds a lot like broken windows. It really sounds a lot like, let's go back to the 1980s of there's police responding to every little thing. And that's the system that failed for 30 years and just led to mass incarceration. And that's exactly what we're trying to move away from. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. Thank you, Matrix staff, for the report. As noted in the discussion between council members and the consultant, it was noted that there's a huge gap between the recommendations and what the impacts of implementing them would be. Unfortunately, the Matrix scope didn't include the costs associated with their recommendations. So that's an important lesson learned for us as far as our contracting process, the fact that the scope wound up straying pretty far from the original council direction. Nonetheless, this report could have been helpful in deciding how best to utilize existing resources, how to be more efficient and effective with the resources we do have. But unfortunately, the Matrix report doubles down on an outdated public safety strategy centered around an agency that already has a bloated budget. I guess the last point I'll speak to is just about the previous item, the CCRP, that I'm of course aligned with the vast majority of speakers who spoke to the need for this program, the CCRP, and I have a lot of hope in the power and healing it can offer. And that includes the fact that the Richmond police can shift their workloads towards more investigative capacity, focusing on more serious crimes. And when the community crisis response program is up and running and able to respond to the high number of lower level calls that police currently respond to. So don't think any expansion of police should be made until the CCRP is up and running and our current vacancies in our PD are filled. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The council asked for this report and this evaluation of our public safety offices, RPD and RFD. And, the public is getting the sense that you guys don't like the answer. And that's unfortunate. It goes back to the thing, if you don't know the answer to the question, then don't ask it. If you don't want to know the answer. These forums, there were multiple community forums. They sought diverse input and perspective across Richmond. That was achieved. And that's what I hope you guys are trying to do. In the Urban Strategy Council report, when they were asked, how could they staff up the CCRP when A3 is having a huge crisis and staffing them? Their answer was adequate wage structure. In fact, they wrote a program that values a stable workforce must offer salaries that demonstrate commitment to the program and the value of the work. This report is calling for additional police and fire. It's calling for police to the number when we were recognized as a nationally acclaimed police department for community policing. It changed. Both are undergoing massive overtime. It doesn't allow for a safe workforce who's trying to protect the public. and then our safety. We have to figure out how to recruit and retain both fire and police. There's been multiple reports recently in the news about how different cities are doing this to compete effectively in the Bay Area, going all the way up to $75,000 sign-on bonuses. Berkeley offering $25,000, El Cerrito $10,000. El Cerrito is now one vacancy short of being fully staffed when they were down over 21 officers.
Time has expired. And that was the last speaker.
All right, thank you. Since the motion was to end at the end of public comment is closed and this meeting is adjourned.